come down the grid. It will be Vincenzo Gucciardo, or Vincent Gucciardo, to his mates. You ring him during the week. Phil Chester, right alongside the naming rights sponsor for the MG Racing here for round 3, Wolf Chester. So we'll cover that off during the racing here this weekend as well. Have a look at that. The Stag on the second row of the grid. Number 40, Keith Undiaki, Anthony Volbrecht, going back to Gary Bulmer, Michael Wood, Andrew Watson, Barry Pritchett, Danny Charmer, James Dodd, Robin Bailey. That's a long way back for Robin. Obviously didn't enjoy qualifying conditions this morning. Rodney Gibb, Mark O'Neill, Greg White, Michael Herlihy down there in 16th, Dave Bajan, Darren Suter, Dave Motrin, Alana Ondiaki in number 44 down in 20th, and Lee Broughton rounding out our grid. So watch out for the number 44, that V8 Stag coming from the back of the grid. They've got the field covered, the invited British, haven't they?
They do.
The 40 on the second row and up the back. Field is all but set. The very important green flag being readied and waved down the back of the grid, and we are set for race 1 of round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Vince Gucciardo is very keen. Gucciardo is very keen to get away, and gets away nicely indeed. The Monty car goes with him, and that will be Phil Chester. We cast our eyes back down the grid. The 44 and the 8, the 888, not getting away well from the back of the grid, and they've got a lot of work to do. Now, Paul, this is signature MG racing. That top from 10 to 20, all now just condensed up into a small amount of track.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we saw Phil Chester use the horsepower down to turn 1, and Vince Gucciardo's gone around the outside of turn 2 to retake the lead. So this is fantastic.
GB galvanising car just blending in that dark seaside salt bush in the background down there. But I tell you what, the GB galvanising sign looks like it's got a iridescent sign on the side of that car. Under brakes, the Monty car with Phil Chester at the wheel. Nothing to be able to get him under brakes. You get the feeling in this first half lap that Gucciardo has got the game on a string here. I'm just watching for Keith Ondiaki. If it sounds like I'm going for the Stag number 40, yeah, I am, all right?
I think you got a soft spot, don't you?
I have got a soft spot for a Stag. I'm a child of the 70s, and if you watched any TV out of the UK in the 70s, all the cool dudes drove Stags. We'll talk to David Amor and the HQs about Stags as well. You're either a HQ or a Stag man. As the field streams out of Siberia, up the hill they go. They've already come around the hay sheds, plunge down into MG corner and work it up onto turn 11. And then they go right around turn 12. In the old days, that was named Belinda's Terrace. Let's bring it back. We're calling it Belinda's Terrace from here on this weekend, just where the fans squash their noses up against the fence. By all means, come in, pay your $20, come and join us in here, contribute to the sport. As we've got side-by-side action down the straight. Wow, Chester. What a clean set of heels. And streams away with it out in front. That is amazing. There's got to be a good 20 horsepower difference between those two cars.
And probably the rest there, I think. That was, he left him for dead, didn't he?
Now, having said that, these two guys are pretty friendly when the helmets are off and the driving suits are around
absolutely.
the place, aren't they?
Yeah.
Are they sitting in the pit area and going, you lead lap 1,
No.
I'll lead lap 2?
This is on, there's egos involved here, and there's bragging rights on who's got to buy dinner. So, neither wants to lose because they have to buy dinner, and Vince is keen.
The good thing about that, Paul, is that whoever ends up buying dinner has got to buy you and me dinner. So it doesn't
that's
matter.
right. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess
maybe that's why they want to. Well, they don't want to lose. They've got to buy us both.
I guess we get the quality of the person as to what restaurant we end up at. Isn't
That's
it?
right. That's right. But it's they are absolutely flat out. There's no love lost there. Once they're on the track, the helmet comes down and they're off. Vince is really trying to close that gap to Phil this year, so he's pushing hard, as you saw on lap 1, going around the outside.
I've got to say that not just the MG and invited British sports car field, but the whole community in the Victorian motorsport circuit racing community at the moment is really digging deep to put on a good show. This is a great grid, 20 cars, and let's say most of them are about 50 years of age. If you did an average, most of them, if you could trace them to when that chassis was first built, would be more than 50 years ago. And that's a lot of hard work to get these cars to the track. And probably more, some of these cars have been racing for 20 or 25 years now as well. So they've done plenty of racing miles. It's a great category from that point of view. Everybody's really enjoying racing together, and it's all about camaraderie. This is really playing into the club sort of sprint feel at today's races. 6 laps. It'll certainly wear pretty thin. That's just about 60 Ks. No, it's under 60 Ks. 55 Ks over here. And Bailey coming through the field there, or has he had an issue?
Yeah, he had a couple of issues this morning, and but he did go out in sports cars, so we'll have to find out what's happened there. But bit of a shame. He was making a little bit of progress, but I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow.
There goes Alana Ondiaki just coming up with a magnificent view down to Siberia. The Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships bridge, sign written across the bottom of Siberia there.
Yeah, and this is a great battle in the midfield here. Seen a whole lot of, you were talking about 50-year-old cars. They're all about 50 years old, running around in a line there. They're all doing the what's one or 2 seconds a lap difference between them all. So good racing down there from sort of 6th down to about 14th at the moment, quite close.
So here's our leaders. They're coming back up to the hay shed, the right-hander, and we go now to look at the number 9 white car, currently sitting in 8th position. Gee, that'd be a chilly old ride around that part of the track now, turn 3. Open top.
Well, better than this morning when there was a bit of hail. Yeah, that would have been worse being in one of them then.
That's right. Well, it was interesting. The Formula Fords got out and did their qualifying, and that was largely dry. So those things can end up like a bathtub if it's raining.
Makes up for Winton.
Yes, they were bathtubs at Winton, weren't they? There's the 91 going nicely as well. That's Gary Bulmer. Jumped 2 spots and now into P4. And looking nice. There's Alani Ondiaki as well, going around turn 2 in her Stag.
Barry Pritchett's having a really good run in 5th. He's in his Triumph TR6. Not as cool as a Stag maybe, but doing really well to be 5th.
Equally cool. Equally cool. They all are. I wouldn't say no to any of these cars. It'd be good fun to be out there. Chester now the fastest lap of this race, a 1:46.18. Of course, the lap record set quite a while ago by Dr. Mort Fitzgerald, a 1:39.95, and I don't think there was too many people, at least in Victorian and South Australian motorsport, that didn't love every time Mort hit the track with that car. It was an absolute weapon and driven very, very well.
It's hard to see them finding the time gap down to his lap record there. That's a big chunk of time. Phil and Vince might need to have their wheat bix to do that one.
So 1:46.18 for Phil Chester, and 1:47.87. So we're just seeing that play out on track at the moment. There goes Phil Chester, and the gap back now they're starting to come up onto the back markers. 3 laps for those very fast MG GT V8s. So it looks like word we're getting from race control is this 6 lap will now be 4 laps, and they will be potentially getting the checkered flag this time across the line. So I guess victim of their own success, a long warm-up lap, which was, I believe, brought up in the driver's briefing. So there it is, checkered flag. As I said, a virtual club sprint, 4 laps. And, well, the tyres on the back of those 2 MGs who have only just got warm after 4 laps. That's some big tyres on the back of those things, aren't they?
They are. The cold conditions wouldn't have helped them, but probably helps the guys further down the grid not get lapped quite as quick.
Now, you guys get to, I guess, head back home or head back to your accommodation or something now, because we don't get to see you guys until 9 o'clock again tomorrow morning. But everyone being the MG field and invited British cars will get out and tinker. And they probably won't leave until 6 o'clock when security come and kick them out.
Yeah, I mean, they're English cars. They're going to need a bit of work now to come back tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll all be out there, spend the next couple of hours getting them ready and be back first thing in the morning for, well, touch wood, hopefully no hail. We'll have some nice weather tomorrow and a great Sunday of motorsport here.
Now, Paul, a little quick chat without notice. There's been a lot going on within the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as far as live streaming, a whole lot of media stuff coming on this year. You're heavily involved. You're in the thick of it all. How's it all panning out?
Yeah, it's good. Look, you know, I'm definitely not an expert on any of this stuff, but as most people know, motorsport's about volunteers, and you've got to put in what you get out. So it's about just putting in and trying to help state racing. You know, it's, I think, the best kept secret in motorsport in Victoria, and I think we've got some fantastic people behind it, the organising clubs, obviously Motorsport Australia, people like yourself that have done so much, but it's dragging people here. So anything I think we can do to just lift the profile is important, and that's the focus for this year and next year, bringing Blendline on and trying to improve those things and bringing other people like Callum Brannigan and that on the journey. It's just about bringing the exposure back for the categories and the organising clubs to increase the profile and deliver better for our partners and all the club sponsors. Something you touched on there is volunteers, and when we get to the track, you know, I've sort of half tongue-in-cheek said it's a beautiful day at the Seaside Resort here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Having said that, the sun hasn't gone behind a cloud for the last 15 minutes. As I say that, it is now. But just the shot we're looking at there now, there's people out there, our trackside officials, our volunteer officials, the heartbeat of world motorsport. Let's face it, there's every racetrack around the world's being used this weekend and staffed by volunteers. They do a fantastic job, don't they? Absolutely, and that's what I mean. All the clubs that are there, you know, a lot of people don't know what happens behind, whether it's the Flaggies, the Vic Fire and Rescue, all the other, you know, people that volunteer their time. I mean, even the people doing the COVID check-ins this morning, they're there at 7 a.m, rain, hail and shine so far today, standing out there doing their part, and it's all voluntary, and it's just fantastic. So yeah, it's a great community, this motorsport community. We all come from different walks of life and different cars with passions, but we come together and make these fantastic events happen. It is great to get together with like-minded people and enjoy the weekend away, isn't it? Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. We will speak to you more tomorrow morning. We've got cars heading back out on track now. The historic touring cars, and of course the HQ Holden's out on track, and we will introduce live and seamlessly into the commentary booth David Amor, who is supporting his northern friends from the New South Wales HQ Association, because he travels all over the country earlier this year when motorsport broke out of COVID. You were there. You were at Baskerville, and you were there calling HQs when we first flung the doors open of Australian motorsport, weren't you, Dave?
Well, I certainly was, and you've got to realise that HQ goes through my blood, just like commentary comes out of your mouth, mate. So very consistent, very smooth, and also very, very smart, you know. So this is our first race for today, and Phillip Island, I think it's about 24 seasons in one day, I think, today. It's sunny. We had hail and sleet here this morning at around about 7:20 once we got through the gates to come in here. This COVID thing's really annoying me and things like that, but it's something that we have to do, and it's fairly simple now. Keep 1.5 metres apart. The size of this commentary box, mate. Our egos, I think we can just fit ourselves in. But Rodney Eastman done an absolutely fantastic job. Andrew Mitchell beside him, Ryan Woods, Banksy, one of his best qualifyings ever, and also the lovable Andrew Williams in HQ 68. Good to see him back. Rod Rogers, normally at the front of the field. We had a greasy, wet track this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ray Jardine doing extremely well. Glenn McDonald, Tony Maloney, and Andrew McLeod, the president of HQRA Victoria, rounding out the top 10. We've got 20 HQ Holdens here today, which is absolutely fantastic. The club has supported and really rallied the troops to get 20 HQs. So this race is going to be very interesting. We've got some fantastic sponsorship on all the cars, sponsoring HQs throughout the season also. You see them on the windscreen, the guards of the cars. So please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, go have a bit of a look, get a photo, shoot, have a talk to the drivers. But most importantly, for 32 years of HQs actually racing here, it's affordable excitement, and it's 10 top. It's raining, so you're inside a cabin. It's nice and warm, Darren.
Certainly is, and we've got two fields within one here. We have got the historic touring cars, the front row of that grid with Mark Brewster, Michael Maselli in the number 69, Dominic Leo to Trevor Talbot. Great to see Trev back at the racetrack. Peter Mullen, Andy Clemson in the 100, Philip John Bugg, Stephen Pillikers, Andrew Lane and Bill Trengove round out that grid as well. So really good to see that the HQs have got such a good field of 20 cars here this weekend. Fantastic effort by Ray Jardine and his whole committee and everybody in the HQ Association for getting all these cars on the track. There is a HQ in just about everyone's backyard shed, but these days it's it's, as you said, it's affordable, but it's not cheap. Motorsport's not cheap. Don't kid yourself.
No, that's exactly right, mate. And of course, the HQ Holdens have gone out, flicked the switch, and it's starting to rain. So let's just wait and see how greasy and how wet it gets, Darren, because it's better off for the track to be totally dry or sopping wet.
Totally wet, yeah.
As you could understand years ago when you used to try and race like myself.
That's right. Yeah, well, I tell you what, the Kenda tyres on these cars, they're good for those 24 seasons that you aforementioned. So just a quick, I guess, community service for those watching on the live stream. Because of the weather that we have had here, and it has been nothing short of violent here today, we're having issues with getting cameras working around the track. So we've got two shots, one at turn 2, which is pretty good because that's where HQ action tends to happen out of our view normally, up at turn 2, and at looking back down at Hayshed at the, so I guess the entry to Lukey Heights. Cars are on the grid, and we are absolutely set. Historic touring cars, they're just making their way down, so there'll be a bit of a gap, and the HQs are away. Rodney Earsman gets a very nice start, and Andrew Magilton's going to go with him. Andy Williams in the number 68 wants to push on pretty hard as well. He's already moved over.
Yep, we've got 3 wide. We're trying to get 4 wide. We're trying to get the pimple happening into turn 1. No, she's 3 wide. Ryan Woods is out in front. Oh, there's a couple gone off. Williams has gone off. Oh, we've had some carnage there through turn 1. That was Eric Hill's come together. There was Lawton, I think, as well. Just trying to get through and trying to work it out. We've got a bit of a camera there, but just trying to work it out. We've had a massive crash through turn 1.
Couple of sideways action as the field continues on their merry way. A car just went off onto the hard stand as well, and they've disappeared out the back of there as well, as we have our field of historic touring cars. They are away. Andy Clemson gets absolutely gazumped off the line there by Mark Brewster. He goes on with it in a big way. There's still yellow flags being waved down there, so there will be no first lap lunges in the historic touring car race, as at the moment we're just getting shots over the back to where the HQs are, and we've got one of the yellow cars that's gone down the runoff road and rejoining there as well. But Mark Brewster in the little GDR XU1 showing Michael Michelli in the big 69 Boss Mustang, and we've also got an oil flag out at turn 1 as well. So HQs busting loose in turn 1 there, and I don't think it'd be an oil flag. In fact, that red and yellow striped flag literally means deteriorating racing surface. So we call it the oil flag, but that's not always what it is.
That's Andrew Williams that have come back in. That's the 68 HQ. He's come back in. He's had a mishap, like I said, through turn 1. I understood and I thought there was going to be a minute gap between the HQs, or a bit longer. But as you can see, the HQs are only going through Siberia when the other group took off. So we've got a bit of a greasy track. It's not too bad. It looks dry up here, but it'll be interesting to see what it's like coming onto the front straight and through turns 1 and 2.
I'm going to say it was horrendously greasy down at turn 1. That was pretty much the rain has come straight off Bass Strait. It hasn't hit the top end of the circuit as Rogers goes through, drew right up onto the back of their Wood, and they're going to go side by side. We've still got the deteriorating surface flag out down there. Those guys won't have actually known what happened because it all happened behind them down in turn 1. Andy Williams got a ripping start, and then we're not really sure what actually happened at that point after that. So we do know that Andy Williams has made his way back into the pit area.
He certainly has. So we've got Eastman, Wood, Rogers, Ray Jean, Tony Maloney, Glenn McDonald. The 82 car, Andrew McLeod from 10th up into 7th, so he's going all right. Gavin Ross, Lawton, and Nick is also there as well.
So, dry track here, but Mark Brewster has got the wipers going on the GTR XU1. He leads the historic touring car field with Michael Michelli. We go back to the 114, and then it's Andy Clemson. So, Stephen Pillikers has got a ripping start. He's come off row 5. And is up into 3rd place. So the Tiranas in these greasy conditions, and we look down and we can literally see where the cars were sitting on the grid, the HQs. it's dry. So the cars, when they came down there, they've kept themselves a nice dry patch. So that's obviously why those first couple of rows of the grid, Dave, got away so nicely. They had dry track underneath them for the first metre and a half.
Yeah, well, they certainly did, mate, and thanks for pointing that out. You can actually see it there. Hopefully the cameras might be able to see that as well. But a 2:33, that was the first lap of the HQs. Normally they're 2:25, 2:28. So it just goes to show you they're tiptoeing around a little bit. A bit of a sprinkle on the windscreen seems to just slow you down that little bit. So here we go, Rodney Eastman out the front, Ryan Woods trying to come back at Rod Rogers there. Rod Rogers in the 33 car, the Flying Dutchman. Steve Banks doing really good also. So we just have to sort of see how they come out. I'm not sure. We've got laps remaining 5. So 4 laps after they go over the start finish line, which is good to see. We've got all our laps at the moment, Darren.
Well, we have at the moment, we've got some slipstreaming going on here. Rogers drives alongside, side by side, under the Melbourne Bridge they go. Down into turn 1. This is a good drive by Ray Jardine. He came out of 8th. He's already up to 4th. And he's got the group at the front of the race battling it out. So if anyone makes any indiscretion in front of him, the number 8 of Ray Jardine will be all over the back of them.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'm sorry to say, I thought that was Banks, but no, it's not. Ray Jardine, Banks hasn't come around. So Banks is definitely got problems there. Glenn McDonald's doing A-OK. He's normally fairly good in the 87 car. Andrew Magilton's just gone over the line, so he went way, way back. Andrew Magilton's 17th, so he was in that incident there, going through turn 1, turn 2.
Andy Clemson in the 100. Hollywood is going a massive run in the historic touring cars. He came off road 3. He's now taken 3rd place. So he's dealt with Stephen Pillikers in the 114 and is now into P3. There's the race leader for the historic touring cars, which is Mark Brewster. Then we go to Mike Maselli. There's Andy Clemson, and there goes Stephen Pillikers and the Camaro coming in 4th spot there at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out for Trevor Talbot. Great to see Trevor back at the racetrack.
Yep, it certainly is. And just having a look at our window that we're looking out of, there's more and more rain coming onto it. So it is definitely raining down at the ocean end. Oh, it's raining all over the track now. I'll just turn hard left past your big head, Darren, and I can actually physically see that we've got rain all over the track. Look at Rod Rogers. He's certainly catched up. Ryan Woods is right in behind him. Jardine doing also extremely well. Andrew McLeod was tiptoeing around there through MG. Glenn McDonald has lost 2 or 3 car lengths as they come up over the hill. I'm just trying to work out. Banks, I can see him at turn 3. He's on the inside of the track. That's where his car has finished. Now it'll be very, very greasy coming onto the front straight. Even in a HQ with a Kenda tyres, Pettis suspension. Oh, have a look at Rod Rogers. He's decided to go too wide. Too wide, he's on the inside of the track. He's on the outside of turn 1. Rodney Eastman has pulled in behind him. He's let Rod go. Oh, has he let him go? No, not really.
Oh, this is serious, Mum. Down there. Oh, and he's gone off.
Yep.
Woods has gone off. He's doing a bit of lawn mowing. He's going to lose a spot. Will rejoin beautifully and safely and gets on with the race. Whilst David Amor was trying to look past my big head, he's admiring my Olympic swimmer physique. I can't see past his massive torso when they head down into turn 1, but we'll work together and we'll sort it out throughout the weekend. 2
athletes, mate, and 2 egos. So here we go down into Honda. This will be very, very interesting to see what's happening and what's going on with them. But have a look. We've got a big spinner, a massive spinner. I didn't see that. That was on your side, Darren.
Yeah, that's down the tail end of the field, isn't it, really? That's black car with the red wheels.
Yeah, that's Ben Ritchie's. That is in the black car, and that's Nick Gelamos there. So
red
I didn't
flag,
actually see.
Red flag. So that will see the end of that one. We're well past half race distance, so that's a shame. The rain certainly did bucket down. We didn't get to see the Phil Bug Fiat do too much work out there, but certainly coming to the line there.
All right, so What you've just said is true, Darren. 75% of the race has happened. So we go back now. So we've got Rodney Eastman, Rod Rogers, Ryan Woods, Ray Jardine. He got past Woods, but because they go back a lap. Woods, Tony Maloney, that's probably the best he's done in the 99 car, normally orange, is now green. Andrew McLeod in 6th, Clem McDonald in 7th, Gavin Ross in 8th. He's done all right from 20th to 8th. Graham Francis and Brendan Martin running out the top 10. So from the HQs, we'll be down the pits fixing, repairing cars, getting ready for tomorrow. BB Blasting, I understand. Thank you very, very much for being part of the sponsor for this weekend. But we've also got our major sponsor, Tyre Power, and that's absolutely fantastic, Darren.
Yeah, Tyre Power weighed in this season with HQ's fantastic tyre.
Yep.
Really good tyre up there, and of course, and you're a big part of the tyre side of things with the Kenda tyres as well there, Dave. We know that. Unfortunately, that will see the end of the HQs and historic touring cars for today, but literally tomorrow at 9:24, we will have the start of race number 2 for the weekend, which will be programmed as a 5-lapper. Dave, thank you so much for your time.
Darren, thank you.
Back down there, and I don't want to see you rolling around under race cars in that lovely, colourful jacket you've got on.
No,
you look
certainly
like
won't.
you should be at the Thunderdome.
I'm almost the size of a billboard, aren't I? So we won't go there, but we'll have to wait and see. But both drivers are out of the cars, so that's brilliant. Did they touch? I'm not sure, Darren, because I couldn't see past your ears, but we'll have to just wait and see. But ladies and gentlemen, they'll be back. They're coming in. The next lot of racing will be happening very, very soon. It's literally a burning hot track to try and fit everyone in.
It really is. It's a shame that we've had to red flag that. BMW E30s, their race 1 will be coming up next. Great to see that Alex Jory had qualified so very, very well in the BMWs, but that is all coming up on track. Once we get this clean-up done on the main straight, it is a bit of a mess. So we've got a big crew of recovery crew down there for Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Team Medical are down there, and we thank all of their involvement. Of course, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, or PIARC as it is to its mates, Team Medical, lots of groups. The Victorian Flag Marshalling team, they're the ones with the track marshals standing out on the points, really copping a hiding here this weekend. It is a magnificent circuit here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Stay with us on the State Series Facebook page, the Blendline TV live streaming. We are having some minor difficulties, but it is really stopping us from getting most of the cameras working around the track. But we will, and we are working feverishly in the background here locally at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We'll be back with BMWs in just a few moments. Welcome back trackside here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're in a bit of a holding pattern for the next couple of moments. The Pyack recovery crew down at the top of the grid area on the top of the main straight, exiting turn 12, where we had a couple of HQs go off at pretty high speed. No harm, no foul as far as drivers are concerned. We've got some pretty badly dinged up HQs, a couple of them that are already back in the scrutineering bay, getting sorted out down there. So we've probably got a few more minutes of delay before we have the BMW E30s on track. And a good reminder for the rest of this season for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. This is, of course, round 3, put on by the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, some 70 plus years of promoting motorsport locally here at Phillip Island, at Calder, at Winton over the years, and lots of history with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, of course, being the early owners of the racetrack here. Round 4, we go to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, being put on by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, which will be the 23rd and 25th of July in what will be a pretty chilly round in the middle of winter there at Sandown, but certainly always a very, very well run event locally there. And round 5 back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the 25th and 26th of September. An absolute ripper weekend to go car racing at Phillip Island. The rest of the country is going aerial ping pong mad for the NRL and AFL. Come to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, put all the rest of that white noise out of your life and have a bit of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship stuff and really enjoy it. Join us here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the State Series, 25-26 of September. Check it all out at vicstateraceseries.com. and keep up with everything that is going on. Great to have everyone joining us right around this big brown land of ours. In fact, it's very green here at the track at the moment. Lovely time of the year, but certainly on our live streaming via Blendline TV and right around the world. Anyone tuning in, I know George Vidovic, a sports car racer of note here in Australia, is certainly enjoying an odyssey of a lifetime. The dream trip, a guy that's worked very, very hard right throughout his entire working life. The Python racing guy over in the US at the moment, having a great time. I know he's got the details of us racing here, and I hope he's watching over there on the live stream. If you are, George, big welcome. We miss you here racing in the Python, in the sports cars, but certainly a great time racing over there as well. There's plenty of racing going on right around the country under the auspices of Motorsport Australia as well. So we will leave you just for a couple of minutes, and we have got the BMW E30s on track coming up very, very soon. The cleanup is, looks like they're packing up their brooms and their blowers, and the gardeners are heading back into the infield as well. So the recovery team, as always, here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, working very hard, getting the job done that is put in front of them. But we'll be back with the BMW E30s in just a couple of moments. Cars rolling out on track now for race 1 for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the garagistic BMW E30 Series. Donovan Mollenhagen right alongside me. I'm Darren Smith. Donovan, welcome to what is a changing day. When we came to Ayr, it was like we were at the beautiful seaside resort of Phillip Island. We've had, I'm going to say, the beautiful Alpine resort.
It was hailing on
and now we've got kind of, I guess that's a dry track.
You could call it that.
It's not going to affect the BMWs too much because they do have an all-weather tyre. It is a setup thing, it is a tyre pressure thing. But welcome, and we're looking forward to what is a great field of cars. 16 cars on the grid for this one. Really good. It's starting to build momentum, isn't it? Getting more numbers right throughout the year.
I think we've had more cars at each round this year. We were due to have 17. We've had one allowed last minute today, this weekend. So, but no, look, it's great to be back. It's great to be back here at Phillip Island. In its chilly best for us, as you said. But no, everybody, a lot of the guys were out yesterday practicing in the rain, and then obviously in qualifying this morning it was quite inclement as well. We did have some cars spinning, but I think that's probably the case for most of the categories this weekend. So, but yesterday was particularly diabolical, I heard. So, yeah, no, everybody's having a bit of fun and trying to make the most of the well-balanced E30 platform.
Now, Michael Bailey, second on the grid there. That's a returning car, the number 38.
Mike Bailey, yes. So he was. He's one of our one of our new competitors this year. He's the multicoloured car that you will remember from Winton, with 4 different liveries on each corner of the car.
He's picked out the Martini, the Motul. He's got all the liveries he likes represented on all 4 corners, all 4 flanks.
It's a spectacular looking car, that car. So,
certainly is.
And everybody's really started to lift their game on the quality of what the cars look like. We've got a lot of white cars in the category this year, which is making it probably difficult for you and I this weekend up here in the commentary, but we'll pick them out. Hopefully I don't get there's no second red car this weekend, so you may remember at Winton last round I was calling Jeremy Dean Coots, yes. So Dean being one of our debutants as well.
So Alex Jory, the championship leader, coming into round 3, is on pole position. Michael Bailey right next to him. Brian Burke also, who's in P3 in the series, is also in P3 on the grid. Jeff Bowles in the number 24 on 4. Simon Leach out of 5. 6 is Paul Schiff. And all of these guys have all had really good, strong running right throughout this championship, haven't they? Filling up the front through few rows there. Graham Bell to Roderick Martin. Harrison Walker. Dean Coots there in the number 11. Stuart Clark, Jess Bell. Now, where's Jess in? Whose car is she in? Is she back in her own car?
No, she's still in Chris's car this weekend, I believe. So, very, very great brother of hers lending her his car. So, and it's good to see Graham out there as well. Graham's one of our life members and president of the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne, one of our broadcast sponsors for the weekend. So, it's great to have him back out on the grid this weekend.
Stuart Clark out of 12, Adam Sleep out of 13, Rory Plant out of 14th, Gavin Clark 15, and Simon Schiff rear of grid in the number 55. I would suggest keep an eye on Simon. That could be where some action might come from.
Yes, he's down there because of a grid penalty, so he will be definitely making his way through the field post haste.
Michael Bailey stands out. He's got all of your favourite liveries on there. Just pick one out and away they go. Jory gets away nicely. Bowles too. Burke goes away. It's a very even move off the line. The 11 jumping beautifully there. That's Dean Coots in the red car. Goes a little bit rallycross onto the right-hand side of the track, but loses that gain that he made off the first, second to third gear shift. Went off to the side of the track there. So the gain he made off the start grid was all lost, but it's the orange car that sat on pole position. Alex Jory, he leads the field down into turn 2, and it's Michael Bailey that looks to have lost a couple of spots as they head down into, unfortunately, which looks like a very darkening grey sky out on Bass Strait. Look at this, side by side. They're lining back up like they're on the grid again, coming around to turn 3. It'll be under brakes, squirming under the BMW E30 platform. They're going 5 and 6 wide. You're not going to win the Grand Prix in turn 4. Having said that, you might.
You could lose it, as they say.
Brian Burke, a big lunge there as well on the inside. Didn't quite pick up the white one around the outside, but came from 6th and is emerging in 2nd place. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
I think that might have been Jeff Bowles coming through from 4th on the grid.
That was a huge move under brakes. We had a potential 4.5 wide through there, and they all made it. They all absolutely made it. Testament to them all, and didn't see any mirrors go flying up in the air either.
No, we don't want any more contact this weekend. We had enough last round, so coming up over Lukey now with Alex Jury in the lead, and looks like there's might be an overtaking move down into MG there. Is that? I think that's Graham Bell on the outside.
Just Bell.
No, that is Gavin Clark, I think, number 42 is Gavin Clark, so he's our sometimes driver.
Here we go again. We're going to have them plunging down into turn 4. You'd have to say that our leader is he's clear of this melee at the moment, but they're ranging up. This is a good run.
Look at that pack. There's 7 cars there after the first race. It's like the race start all over again into 4.
It almost looks like they're lining up for a rolling start, and it happens up underneath the bridge around on the back straight, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship bridge over Siberia. As they come climbing up the hill.
Thankfully, that rain seems to be holding off at this point. Hopefully, it doesn't start coming down there in Siberia.
As we're just trying to pick up as many points as we can. The weather has played havoc with our cameras and our pictures we're trying to bring around the track. There it is. There's Alex Drury. Brian Burke has gone through. Where's Grant Bell's gone? There he is. Gone back a couple of spots. So made the biggest move. In fact, I'm going to put that was one of the better moves I've seen this season. Under brakes in turn 4 for Graham Bowles, and not just in the BMWs, either across the board. So a couple of the experienced campaigners, as the rain is, I believe, is actually coming down out of turn 6 out of Siberia. So some of the more experienced campaigners just and has worked pretty hard in the background with the E30s for some time.
And I think that's Mike Bailey coming through the inside of Graham Bell through Hayshed there. That was a good move. Might have come around the outside through Siberia to get the inside through Hayshed.
So 6 laps, the gazetted distance. We've had some incidents throughout the day, and we'll get updated from race control on the lap race situation. It's fluid at the moment. The weather has been nothing short of spectacular / horrendous. It certainly is spectacular at Phillip Island when you're in a commentary booth that's warmed and you're not out in the weather, but certainly very, very challenging for race drivers. In fact, most race drivers will be a little bit trepidatious going into a wet race, but at the end of it, it's smiles and everything because they've worked so hard at it, and the landscape coming at you is wet, and so is your feet. Yes, so it throws a whole new challenge at the race driver.
And it's rewarding when you get to the end and the car's straight, and you
We've got the air conditioning on just to rub it in for everyone out there on the track. State Series circuit racing is that the longest lap race you're going to get is 12 laps at Winchton because they're shorter laps. Yep. So you get here and you're doing the same sort of amount of kilometres for 6 laps, but you have to make every corner count. There's no sitting behind someone weighing them up. Where's their strengths and weaknesses? You have to use your strengths and apply it to that person in front right now.
Get it done soon. Get it done now. Get it done early.
That's right. And when you're saying 5 laps, then get it done off the start line.
Absolutely.
So Graham Bell now up a number of positions. Grant Bowles, who started off very nicely, had a ripping run down into turn 4, and I'm going to make a note of it because that was one of the best passing moves in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship to come out of 5th with about 8 cars around him. Bailey back up now as well into P2. That's put Brian Burke down 1. Graham Bell holds station in P4. Grant Bowles is back in 5. Simon Leach. Then we go to Harrison Walker. So Harrison Walker's actually on the move out of 10th on the grid. Harrison is now into 7th. So that's a good bit of work there. There's been some good drives in this short, sharp 4 laps that we've seen.
Those first 2 or 3 laps, there was a really good 6 or 7 car pack. Fun watching them go into Honda, braking duels. A lot of fun. It's a good fast track. It's a good flowing track. It's a great track. It's well suited to this to the E30. Even in wet conditions, you can really drive the car fast and hard, especially through Hayshed, which is a bit dodgy in some cars. Just a beautifully handled platform.
Stuart Clark has just jumped up a spot in the silver car as well. He started out at 12 and he's well inside the 10 now into 9th position. So Rory Bell, Stuart Clark doing a nice job there as well. Just trying to pick up where Simon Schiff is. Made it through to 13th, so has really only impressed about 3 spots on this race. But having said that, that first opening 2 laps with the first 9 cars in this race were very, very well bunched up. And what they actually did was maintain their pace so that the cars coming from behind couldn't get in it. Great sort of racing. When the lap times start to drop off because there's dueling, it's sort of here or there. But when the lap times stay good and they're dueling, it's good racing. Bit of trust out there actually to do that sort of racing.
Absolutely, especially once it starts to get a little bit wetter. Hopefully we can keep this sort of condition for the race this afternoon. But you're absolutely right, especially into 4, which can be slippery at the best of times. It's good to see cars 2 and 3, as you said, 3.5 wide at one point into the
We've got Porsche 944s. The checkered flag has dropped, and it's Alex Ajori over Michael Bailey, Brian Burke, Grant Bowles across the line there. Gets Graham Bell basically on that last lap. Simon Leach. Donovan's packing up. He's got official duties to do down in the scrutineering base. So thank you very much, Donovan, for all of your insight. And of course, we've got the BMW E30's first on track tomorrow.
We've got one this afternoon as well.
Yes, sorry, you've got one this afternoon. So 5 lapper this afternoon at 5, then go on until tomorrow afternoon. So nice sleep in for Sunday.
Absolutely.
you very much. Not a nice way to say that. No one's cheating.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you very
Makes
much.
it easy for me again.
Good on you. So let's just quickly run back down through the field. Harrison Walker into 7th. Good drive there. Dean Cootes eventually home in 8th. Simon Clark in 9th. Then it is the Schiff car. Just trying to pick up which one it is. Paul Schiff. Simon Schiff actually ended up down in 13th, so maybe not the charge he was expecting. Rory Plant into 11th. That's good. A couple of spots up there. Jesh Bell, then Schiff, Martin Sleep, and Clark not getting through as they come to the line. 944's on track next. Heath McAlpine will be joining me on air for the 944s. We'll take a very short break because the 944s are coming down pit lane and be back on air. Welcome back to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit where the sun is out and we are wearing t-shirts here locally at the track. A very big welcome to those joining us on the Blendline TV live streaming. We are still having some technical issues which are related locally to the weather which we've had here today. Nothing short of horrendous rain, hail, wind, etc. So when you're trying to run cables and networking and all of that sort of stuff, which I'll leave to the technicians downstairs. I won't even try and give it a name, but yeah, they're working feverishly to sometimes walking through puddles up over their ankles to try and get things working. So we will do everything we possibly can to keep the action coming to you live. Thank you very much to those people that have actually joined us trackside at the track. It's really good to see some cars parked around the track, around up on the hill at Siberia. If you're listening to us on 87.6 Island Magic FM, give us flashing your headlights if you're parked down at Siberia. That's always good to see if anyone's listening. No one's flashing their headlights, so we'll leave that one maybe till a little bit later on in the day. Darren Smith joined by Heath McAlpine, our great man from the great Auto Action magazine since 1971. I know that because it says it on his jacket. Welcome, Heath.
Thanks, Darren. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Yeah, you get some 944 action up and going after a pretty frantic morning of racing.
Certainly has been. Now we have a great field of 944s. There's 24 grid positions taken up here, and they are really doing a tremendous job. Cameron Bella is leading the way in the championship from Jamie Westaway, Adam Brewer, Dickie Howe, John Kennedy in the top 5 there. But I guess the front row of the 2 rows of the grid have got my absolute attention when I saw this grid officially come out. Cameron Bella to Jamie Westaway, Mark Torbitts and John Kennedy. This is going to be an absolute world championship of 944s, this one.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark Torbitts in P3, he crashed here last time and it's a good comeback, to be honest. He had a fair stack last time he was here, but it looks like Cam Bella might be, he's sort of closing into the pack. He's got a few guys sort of circling in to take his crown.
Certainly a wet lap at 2:03.43 to claim pole. The lap record still held by Kane Rose right back in 2014 at 1:47.58. So behind Mark Torbitz and John Kennedy, it is going to be Clayton Sinclair, Andrew Jackman, Tony Westaway, Marius Katrina, Tim Wolf, Andrew Jones, Richard Howe down there in 11th place, Michael Westaway, Manny Metazelma, Lyndon Watson, Adam Brewer, as the field taking its spots. Tony Andrewski, Peter Doherty, Andy Tudor, Josh Brisbane, Keith Mariner right down in 20th spot there, and Peter James down in 21, John Benoris, James Mitchell, and Jack Atley out of position number 23. The green flag has been waved, and we are set for a start. No disrespect to anyone past the first two rows, but this is an absolute, the best of the best in Porsche 944s occupying those two rows. Dickie Howe, a fantastic start for the wily veteran. Goes right down the grass. He's done that before, and he's made up about 4 spots as he goes down. That's the white car with the yellow, red and black stripe over the top. If you don't know, that's Porsche colours and the flag of Germany. As we go down into turn number 2, Richard Howe has made his way back into the middle of the track there, so he's made up a couple of spots. It's a good start. Peter James, also a good start there, standing out. Was from pretty much down off the back of the grid out of 21. Looks like he's made himself well into the teens out of the start here. Great head-on shots of the 944 field. Cameron Bella, Jamie Westaway knows that he cannot let the car number 1 get away, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and Kennedy there's also lurking as well. So Kennedy actually was in form this time last year as well. Well, not this time last year, but when they returned to racing for the, I think the November Access meeting here back in obviously November.
It was at Island Magic when we last saw the cars here. They actually played part of the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships as well. They were a supporting category on that weekend, and you reckon the weather we've had this week is bad? They actually called off the entire race because the weather was that bad on the Saturday afternoon for 944. So they're really looking forward to getting a bit of dry running. As I said, they're qualifying this morning in the wet, and if nothing else is evident to that, it's the actual lap times when pole position is Expo 3, and then second on the grid is Expo 6. You know, it's natural forces at play there, but Campbell now loading it up, coming onto the straight now. Jamie Westaway just losing the ground. Jamie knows he's the one that has been able to beat the Spirit at Sandown, draws alongside, got a racing 2 out in front, and Jamie just grabs, I'm going to say head and shoulders in front. He's entirely in front now, so Jamie Westaway now has the ascendancy. 3 from 3 at Sandown at round 1. He's now got Cameron Bella, and there has not been too many people pass Cameron Bella in a 944 race.
Especially around the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, that's right. He's not laying down either. The car 1 sneaking right back up under the inside of Jamie Westaway. And albeit that this is a one-make, heavily controlled class, these two have set their cars up entirely differently. So we've just seen the straight line speed side by side. Look at that, Bella down to the inside, the number 1 just eased out of it mid-corner there, was not going to be able to hang on and has to jump back in behind Jamie Westaway.
It reminds me back a couple of years ago when there was Chris Lewis-Williams in this field as well with him and Cam Bella. It's great to see someone take it up to Cam after 3 years of Cam sort of being in front, having that gap to the rest of the field. Jamie Westaway has obviously just picked it up this year.
The interesting thing is that Mark Torbitz hasn't been able to respond at this time. But Mark is one of those kind of guys that likes to let the first lap or so settle down, find his groove in the race. And I could just about say it about Mark's 944 racing. Watch him in the second half of the race because even his lap times start to come down. So he's got a bit of a process of getting himself into the groove of the race over the first lap or so. Watch number 74. Tall fella he is, coils himself up to get inside the 944.
And they've dropped Kennedy as well to a couple of seconds as well. So it's definitely a 2-horse race at the moment.
Great pack forming mid, just to the inside the top 10. coming down to the line. It'll be led by Richard Howe.
While you say that, Darren, Cam Bella's just done a replica of what Jamie Westaway did to him last lap and gone around the outside of turn 1.
So maybe I was wrong. Maybe they've both got exactly the same setup. They're just using the slipstream. It certainly will come into play here. And just looking around the place, there's certainly the breeze that we're seeing is coming off Bass Strait. So it is that headwind. Now it's a tailwind as they come down under brakes. Cam Bella just off the extreme left-hand side of the track, which is the ultimate entry there, just sort of covering. If Jamie looks like he's going to have a crack down there, he just has to just slightly adjust the steering wheel to crowd the centre of the track, and he can do it. There's nothing in the book that doesn't say he can do it. It is all on the guy behind to get past. Westbond Management throwing their worth behind this race for the 944s. A very big welcome to 944 Racing to Westbond Management on the live streaming. There's the leaderboard. Let's go through it. Bella, soon to be Westaway, or vice versa. Then it is John Kennedy, Mark Torberts, Tony Westaway. That's a good run for Tony into P5. Marius Katrina, who started out of 8th, now into 6th, so another good run. Richard Howe. Now, Dickie Howe started out of 11th, so he's had a massive charge up to 7th. Then it's Jackman, Lyndon Watson in the number 9. At number 5. Lyndon started out at 14, then he's up into 9, so that's another Brewer. Michael Westaway, Peter James, the mover.
Yeah, he's moved up 10 positions nearly since the start of the race.
Doing a pretty good job. And needs to fight back John Benoris, Jamie Mitchell. Andy Jones has gone backwards. Andrew Jones started out at 10th, is now into the 20. In fact, it would suggest that Andy Jones is amazing.
And Mariner and Matt's also going to get there as well. Unfortunately, it seems like Andy Man races.
Manny Metz-Zelma is one of those lucky guys that often enters 2 different categories and will run his cup car in Porsches, and he is. He's running his 997 GT3 cup car in sports cars, so that's quite a way off yet. We've still got Formula V improved production saloon cars, so yeah, he doesn't need to hurry out, so let's hope he doesn't have a technical issue with the car. Manny, he's definitely parked up there.
And meanwhile, at the front, Bella's retaken the lead. He took that at turn 4, just down the inside. And Kennedy's another 4 seconds behind, so and Torbert's another 4 seconds behind that. So the top 4 have broken away as Tony Westaway is a further 3 seconds behind, but leads an angry pack behind him of Katrina and Howe. As the leaders go through back onto the main straight, it's Bella from Westaway, and it looks like Westaway's having a go down the slipstream and going towards the outside of the circuit. And I would say, Darren, he'd have him before turn 1.
Yeah, and what it is now, it's more a chook lotto, isn't it? It's
yeah.
like who's going to lead on. It's like a Formula V Nationals race where you don't want to lead coming out of the last corner. You want to be 10th and get the slingshot. What's great is this battle that's going on for outside the minors. Westaway, Katrina, Kennedy, Dick Howe's weight in there. Adam Brewer's a fair way back off them, but Michael Westaway's in there, and this is a massive group. Wolf, Peter James, Jackman, Brisbane, they're all condensed up by about 3 seconds on the road there. Here's our leader, Jamie Westaway, for the moment. For this point in time and in history in the Westbond Management Porsche 944s, recognised on the Porsche Motorsport pyramid of success. This is the club level, this is the entry level, and these cars all have signage on them representing the Porsche brand, because the winner of this series gets an opportunity to drive a Porsche GT3 Cup car.
And make that next step.
That's the next step on the Porsche pyramid, isn't it? Into the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, run in conjunction with the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships.
And there's a few guys that have already previously made that step up, including Dylan O'Keefe, who's currently racing TCR Australia, Kane Rose, who's raced, I think, GD Trophy as well as GD3 Cup Challenge in the past.
Won it on GD3 Cup Challenge. Certainly a lot of them. The most famous, I guess, is Richard Muscat. He's now an international man of mystery, driving GT cars all over the place.
Yeah, but he had a run as GRM's Enduro driver as well. So, it can take you anywhere, this category. As checkered flag, and it's Westaway going to take the win just over Campbella.
That's the gap.
Yeah, 0.0298.
That pretty much just announces how that race played out, wasn't it? That was straight line speed.
Yeah, and Mark Torbitz has just taken that third place, whereas Kennedy must have made mistakes on there. He's dropped back to sixth.
Time constraint. There it is now, confirms it. I would suggest that Time Creeper had a bit of quick work to do there, because that gap from Mark Torbitz to Tony Westaway is 0.01. So that's a judge of fact there. You normally see the timing screen update. It just held there for about 0.2 seconds. That's where the judge of fact name comes in. So it'll be Tony Westaway, Marius Katrina. It's a really good drive there for Marius, out of 8th up to 5. Again, Richard Howe, a ripping drive, as we've come to know and love out of Richard for many, many years. He had great success on the Thunderdome. He's had an awesome home within 944s for such a long time. Adam Brewer, Michael Westaway, Tim Wolf, Peter James, good drive though there from Peter, coming out at 21 up to 10. You'd have to say, Heath, that'd be the drive of the race there, except for our two guys out in front.
Yeah, I'd fairly say so, yeah. I mean, Dick Howe as well went really well from 11th to 6th as well, progressed really well. I'd expect Petter to be sort of up there in the second race, I think, which is tomorrow.
Yep, certainly we'll have the 944s on track tomorrow morning at 9:43. I read it straight off the official timing for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Heath, and certainly what's on the front cover of Auto Action? What are we looking for at Coles, I even saw now?
Yes, we're at Coles, which is great. I mean, we had someone blast us for not supporting small business, but we've been supporting small business through news agencies since we started 5 years ago. So, I can't really say at the moment, so what's on the front cover.
No, not the one that's in the stores.
Well,
blue.
The one in the stores has got the Matt Stone mocked up Ford Mustang in there, but the next one comes out next Thursday, so I can't really say. It's a little bit of a...
That, mate. I'm not
I
think the other thing is that people also in small business, in news agencies, have to know is that Auto Action too is a small business.
Yeah,
it's a
correct.
publishing company.
Correct.
With only a number of employees.
Well, there's about 3 of us that work full time.
Hey,
anyway.
mate, we have to jump off. Formula V's are on track. We'll hand it over now to Callum Brannigan and Steve DeVries.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith, and good afternoon, everybody watching at home. Good afternoon to everybody here at the track. It's time for the first race of the weekend for the Formula V's. Callum Brannigan right alongside me for this one. Been casting his eyes not just across Formula V activities, but also across the other categories here this weekend, Formula Fords especially, Callum. And for these drivers, some of them will eventually, I guess, in their hope, will make the step up to Formula Ford one day, because this is sort of that feeder category where a lot of drivers in the modern supercar era did get their start through the V's, through the Formula Fords, and up into what is the top echelon of Australian motorsport in V8 supercars.
That's absolutely correct, Steve. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone watching from home on the landline coverage and trackside as well at a very cold Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's freezing out there. The wind is doing no favours for my hair, but it's fantastic to be here nonetheless, calling all of the action. And as you say, Formula V is a logical step out of go-karts for drivers who racing debuts in Victoria. I was going through some previous champions and previous entrants, and as you say, the racing which was one name that came in 2009. He then went on to Victoria Formula Ford in 2010. And we all know his recent successes in supercars, having taken out a race victory at the Bend just last weekend in the Supercars Championship.
Yeah, he's spot on. He's not the only one, as well as I think a very, very long list of drivers that have been through the Formula V ranks over the years. And one of them who is actually skipping the Formula Fords entirely and has gone into Super 3. You might have seen this young fella. He's the man that's sitting on pole at the moment, car number 61, Beecham Racing. Reith McCarthy had a bit of a spectacular debut at Bathurst for the opening round of the Supercars Championship. Got into a little bit of a skirmish, I think, across the top with one of the other competitors. I just can't remember who it springs to mind. It might have been the Jim Policina car as they were about to head down the Skyline. So he's acquitted himself pretty well. His laps got better and better and better over the course of that particular race weekend, and they are racing again I think about 2 weeks from now. They're going up to the Truck Assist Winton Super Sprint. Super 3, Super 2 are going to be up there as well, and the young fella needs some sponsors on that car. It's a very, very bland looking Ford FG Falcon at the moment, and his father, believe it or not, actually put up his prized XW GT, genuine XW GT, on the block to fund his son to make sure they can actually try and see out most of the season. So I think it's a case of when he makes it to the big time, not if, when he makes it to the big time, he's going to have to buy that car back.
And it's a heck of a blank canvas as well, so if you are thinking of sponsoring a young rising star in Australian motorsport, Reith McCarthy is certainly one driver to look at. He starts from pole position at number 61, Sabre 2. He's alongside Ash Whittington, number 32 car, sharing the front row with him. Clifford lining up in position 3 alongside Hutchison out of P4, Shane Purvis in P5. Kerr out of P6, Ken Philby out of position 7 alongside Heath Collinson, a previous Victorian champion in the Angus, the Collinson Angus car, I should say, sorry. Casamati in the 9th position alongside Buddy Geig. Sorry, I'm sure I'm
Brian Buddy Geig, yep, very close.
Lucas Kawime out of P11 alongside Fisher, Rig 13th. Vile out of P4, 14 I should say, Lennox 15th, Stewart 16th, Egan in 17th, Gardner in 18th position, Brett Burton out of 19th position, Power out of position 20, and Saunders rounding out the 21 car field for this, the opening race of the Formula V's at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at the iconic Phillip Island Grand Prix Racing Circuit.
One of the best circuits to watch Formula V's go round. There is always plenty of slipstreaming and plenty of pack drafting as they go around this fantastic circuit, and we are not too far away from a race start. Good healthy field as always, and away we go for the opening race of the weekend for Formula V's, and very even start off the front between McCarthy and Ash Whittington, who returns after 6 years away from the V's and has found himself at the pointy end of the field very, very quickly. And he's going to go wheel to wheel here with McCarthy, all but briefly through turn 1, and it looks like McCarthy is going to hold for the time being. Ash Clifford now makes a move on his JRD stablemate. Career equaling best qualifying position for Ash Clifford of P3, and JRD cars run 2, 3 and 4 in pursuit of that Beecham number 61.
Brett McLennan will be very happy with that result for the JRD cars, but it looks like we've got the coming 3 wide as they come into turn 4, and we're going to see a lot of this super close racing between the Formula V's for the remainder of this race. So the number 61 car on your screen at the moment running a little bit wider, some of the positions for the top 10 as well as they come through exiting Honda and into Siberia. But the car of Reith McCarthy starting to pull a little bit of a gap on the field. However, the cars behind, they can be around 5 to 6 car lengths around behind the car in front. And around this Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the tow is worth so much that you can actually see them pull that back in along the long sweeping straights and through the turns as well. So despite the fact they might be holding each other up just a little bit, the slipstream effect around here is worth so much, especially in these cars. They haven't got a huge amount of horsepower. That doesn't matter. It's all about the close racing. And we're going to see that unfold as we've got Whittington, the JRD cohort behind him as well. They'll be looking to charge back on to the leading car of Reith McCarthy.
Yeah, he did run a number of laps on his own in qualifying and in practice yesterday, Reith McCarthy, so he's got pace on his own, but as you rightly pointed out, this is where it starts to come into effect. As they come onto the main straight, they will start to gain very, very quickly over Reith McCarthy, and you can see already he realises this and is starting to try and break the toe a little bit. as they head down towards turn 1. The gap hasn't shrunk a huge amount on this occasion as the JRD cars all try and sort themselves out for turn 1. It's like, no, I want to go first. All right, well, you go first. I'll just follow you through here. And as they come through turn 1 this time around, it is Heath Collinson who decides to take his turn at the front of that little 3-car group.
Phillip Island is definitely a circuit that suits Collinson. He's not the biggest fan of Sandown. We saw him having a bit of a struggle. I won't say struggle. He certainly wasn't leading the race, but he was having a good, strong weekend inside the top 10. But Sandown's definitely not a circuit. Phillip Island, on the other hand, is much more to his liking, and we can actually see him landing on the back of McCarthy.
Massive lock-up for McCarthy to both front wheels on the run to turn 4. Very lucky to get away with that one. Still came very close to making the apex in turn 4, but that will be a bit of a shock. And a number of drivers did say in the wet conditions that they practiced in, they were struggling a bit for front braking. These tyres haven't had a run in the wet conditions since they were brought into the category at the beginning of 2020. A number of drivers actually had the old Yokohama tyres at their disposal, ready to use if they needed in wet conditions, but they can't use that anymore. They've got to fight with the tyres that they have and the new tread pattern that is on these Dunlop tyres, and wondering how Reece McCarthy's going to go managing a very, very badly, probably flat-spotted set of front tyres.
There'll be like 50-cent pieces around here at the moment, but a little bit of daylight behind him as well as he's coming through turn 12 for the second time. We've seen a couple of races earlier today already being shortened to 2-4 laps, 4 laps remaining in that time of the moment. But yeah, it's definitely a game for chess around here. You can see him squirreling left and right as they come down the main straight. He's still holding down about a 4-car length gap to Collinson in P2. 1 minute 54.2. That's the first flying lap there for Reece McCarthy. It's probably the fastest they've gone all day. Collinson just 0.8 of a second behind him, P2, ahead of Ash Whittington in position 3, returning this weekend. Clifford out of P4, something of a qualifying specialist so far in season 2021. Doing a great job there out of the 4th position. Kerr out of 5th. Hutchinson rounding out the top 6.
Good to see Ken Philby's back down from Queensland as well. Claudia Lennox having jumped into that car for the opening 2 rounds. Car number 25, Ken Philby, and the Ken Philby Financial Services Sabre 02 again, also out of the Beecham stable. He's pretty much brought himself back up to speed. He's just in that battle group, just in the back of shot just a few seconds ago. Locked in there with Shane Purvis and Lucas Guam and co. Over the last few spots inside the top 10. So it hasn't taken Ken Philby long to get back up to speed. The cars are very, very similar out of that Beecham stable. I guess it's just all a bit about confidence and I guess who's behind the wheel and where you want to, where you feel comfortable attacking some of these corners. These Dunlop tyres, you can push them a little bit more with the type of construction they are. They do respond a bit, and we've got Brian Buttigieg off, and that looks like that's down at turn 2.
Yeah, that looks like down in the southern loop, and that car is buried. He is out of the car. So Race Control will be having a good look at this, assessing, making a pragmatic decision as to whether or not they'll bring out the safety car. So they'll be having a good look. There's no action down at the timing screen just in front of the commentary tower at the moment, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. It's still full steam ahead at the front of the field. I said before that the cars might be closing in on Reece McCarthy. Fantastic job. Of course, the car sustained quite a bit of damage in the last round at Winton. Was an unfortunate hit for Reece McCarthy, but a huge effort from that team to get that car back out racing this weekend. And I'd say this is probably the driest I've seen the track all day as well.
Yeah, correct. The only bits of the track that are still wet, there's just a little bit under the start-finish gantry, and a little bit of the painted lines are just starting to have their last little bit of drying applied by the sun. So we are almost back to a fully dry track now. The times are starting to reflect that as well. We're down into the 1 minute 53s, fastest lap with Ash Whittington at the moment at 53.93. Sort of just about back to 100% full dry racing pace. Doing the math before with the previous race with the Porsche 944s, and the fastest lap in that race was I think a high 49, which is pretty much almost spot on the dry weather pace for those cars. And this the two JRD cars of Ash Whittington in car 32 and Heath Collinson, the green machine behind for Collinson Black Angus car 31, getting very, very close. And a couple of puffs of smoke coming out of the back of that Whittington machine as well.
Not unusual to see a couple of puffs of blue smoke coming out the back of these tiny little Vee races. And that last lap as well. So Whittington was the fastest man on the circuit with a 1 minute 53.9. I dare say he's been benefiting from the tow as he made his way around Head Collinson. Collinson's probably thinking this is all part of the plan. There's only 2 laps remaining, or should I say a lap and a half, as they come through turn 10. Puffs of smoke coming out of both of them. So the Oasis car just ahead of the Collinson Black Angus car. That Collinson vehicle has been a mainstay of Victorian Formula Vee racing for several seasons now. Collinson stepping into it, a relative unknown to motorsport, but he's certainly learned his racing craft in this open wheel racing series, and he's won the championship a couple of years ago, doing a fantastic job as he comes across the start-finishing line there alongside Whittington. Would you say that is a dress rehearsal for this final lap?
Very might well be a dress rehearsal for this last flying lap, and there's a few other battles starting to happen a bit further behind. So we've got 3-wide battle behind these guys going into turn 1. It's part of the minor placings with Shane Purvis and David Hutchison really taking it up to Ken Philby and Nick Kerr over 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. But it's a clean set of heels for Car 61 and Reece McCarthy. I think he's pretty much got this race in his back pocket. It's just about who finishes 2nd and 3rd and in what order now.
So Whittington's stepping back into the car like he hasn't been away for quite some time. Doing a fantastic job in Heat 3. Of course, there's 2 races to go left in this weekend as well, so still plenty of racing action coming up for the Formula V. So I dare say there would be too many heroics at this early stage of the weekend. A podium finish for the opening race is certainly a great way to get the account open. McCarthy's 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. He's absolutely sprinting down the field. Of course, all laps count when it comes to developing your motorsport career. Coming over Lukey Heights for the final time. Deep under brakes coming into turn 10 through MG. Fantastic pictures provided to us by Blendline TV. We've got the number 6 car, that's the Joust Round Raceway car of Shane Purvis in that Sabre 02. A massive effort from Blendline TV to get this weekend together. Phillip Island is one of the hardest tracks for them to set up.
Certainly is. They've had their fair share of dramas, but the pictures that they're providing now look perfectly good to us up here in commentary. Hopefully they look perfectly good to you at home, wherever you might be keeping warm. And Reece McCarthy will take the chocolates for race number 1. And it's going to be a drag finish to the line. Almost a dead heat. I think it's probably just going to go to Ash Whittington, maybe by a nose. And it does. And by a nose, I mean 0.01 of a second. There was not much in that one for 2nd and 3rd at all.
Ash Clifford home in position 4. Shane Purvis in position 5, doing a great job in the Joust Raceway car. David Hutchinson rounding out the top 6. Ken Philby home in position 7. Nicholas Kerr out of 8th position. Lucas Quam climbing up into position 9. And Casamati rounding out the top 10, just a heart ahead of Gardner.
A couple of good results in there as well. I think that'd be Johnny Casamati's first top 10. He actually started at the beginning of the year in the category, so that's a very, very good result for him, going his 9th place qualifying. And even David Hutchison, so he's in his last competitive weekend before he heads off to North Queensland for a stint up at Moranbah, and a 6th place finish for him is a very, very welcome I think going away present to start the weekend. So there's your top 10 on the screen there. McCarthy by 3.2 seconds at the end of the day over the JRD trio of Whittington, Collinson and Clifford. Back to Shane Purvis and David Hutchison. Ken Philby on his return to Victorian V activity, heading off Nicholas Kerr, Lucas Quam and Johnny Casamati. We'll take a short break and we'll be back after this with the improved production opening race of the weekend.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We are at the third round of 5 on the calendar for the year here at the great Phillip Island Racing Circuit. We'll be back here in September, actually on AFL Grand Final weekend in September for the 5th round of the championship, and in between now and then we have got to make a second stop at Sandown International Motor Raceway at the end of July for the 4th round, which will be proudly presented by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. We are getting ready for a 6-lap encounter for improved production. My name is Steve DeVries, and with Darren Smith still taking a break, Heath McAlpine from Auto Action is here alongside me for this one. And Heath, this could be a very pivotal I'm inventing words here again, pivotal moment in the championship for the guys at the pointy end of the field in improved production. A few of them have had some success in the last couple of rounds, and a few drivers that might have otherwise penciled themselves in for some good points, the likes of Paul Cruz at a track like Winton, who didn't go according to plan, have found themselves on the back foot here, and I thought they would have been praying for a bit more rain than what we're seeing right now. The farmers out there are telling me, no, it's not going to rain. Well, it rained this morning. It's not raining now.
Dare I say it's cleared up?
Yeah, I would say it's cleared up. I would go with that.
Touch wood. But, I mean, looking at the grid sheet here, I mean, the V8s are dominating up the front. but normally Rob Braun in his BMW E30 is a gun around here, and he's going to be coming from 29th on the grid.
He is going to be coming from a mile back. There's a number of drivers that did not get a very good qualifying lap in, and that was due to the fact there were 2 red flags in the IP session earlier this morning, both for turn 12 incidents. Incidentally, it sees that Mark Baldwin will not be taking the start. He's had an issue with the dry sump system on his car, which was the cause of the first red flag. There were actually 4 categories this morning that ended up with red flag situations in qualifying and had their sessions cut short and disrupted. And this session was inclusive of one of those as well. It actually rained literally just before they went out to track. So the sessions before them, Formula V, the Porsche 944s, they all had a drying track, and then literally as they were about to drop the green flag and let the IP field loose for qualifying, the rain came down and it's consequently put a lot of people out of position.
And it should spell a really good race for this afternoon. People out of place. It's going to be great to see Rob Braun come through. Even Malcolm Henley there as well. He's normally towards the outer reaches of the top 10. He should be, there should be some very good racing on that mid-pack.
And on top of that, I think Darren Smith's grinning from ear to ear up here at the moment, because you can see not 1, not 2, but 6 Mazdas out there right now. It's the return of the Rotary. We've been talking over the last couple of rounds about how it's been like a changing of the guard, with the Commodores sort of being the IPRA car to have in this category, but there's still a number of drivers that fly that flag proudly for Mazda, and good to see a really nice turnout of cars in the Mazda variant this weekend. Even some Series 1 and some drivers that haven't been around for a couple of years. They've had those cars, they've seen what's going on the Blendline live stream, and they think, you know what, I want to be a piece of that too. So they get the car ready to go, and here they are.
Well, just speaking generally, I mean, it's a massive field here as well. I mean, nothing that's too different from any other IPRA round here in Victoria, but I mean the amount of support that IPRA are giving to the Mixed State Series is fantastic.
It absolutely is. Let's have a look at this grid as they come around to form up for the first of 6 laps, hopefully this afternoon. So you've got Damien Milano, car 88. He's on the right of screen there at the head of the queue, followed by Adam Poole, the South Australian, who's doing a fair bit of his racing in Victoria, and has got a little bit of unfinished business with this circuit. I'll allude to that a little bit later on. And then back to them in the second row is Jared Tonks, who's a bit of a smoky, just starting to drive that VY very, very nicely, and just starting to continually rack up consistent top 5, top 10 finishes. He's really acquitted himself well to improve production. Cade Lehman, in what's one of his best qualifying sessions ever, in a very short time, he's been with IP, car number 26, the Bendigo Door Centre car, the ex-Garth Wald production car that he's had to put a lot of work into in position 4. Paul Cruz and Adrian Taranto sharing the third row of the grid. Adrian Taranto had that fantastic start and led for a good portion of the first race at Winton before the safety car put a stop to that. Andrew Butcher and Brad White, row 8. Brad Blunt on his return after a pretty serious collision here in 2019. And Paul Vuleman's flying the EA Falcon flag pretty nicely. That wet qualifying session worked well for him. He made his way all the way up to position 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. The range of cars as well, the array of cars that are here at the event today. I mean, anything from a VY or a VZ Senator at the front, and I saw a sneaky little Suzuki Swift at the rear as well.
There's a Malcolm Swift in the little Suzuki, little production car Suzuki that I think has had a few expeditions in some of the MRF Tyres production car racing with Malcolm Smith aboard that one. Michael Hopp preparing that car for Malcolm Smith, so good to see another under 2 litre car in the field. There's not too many of them here in Victoria, but he is there and flying the flag very proudly for the little Suzuki team.
And one of my favourite cars in this category is the XT Falcon. Just they're very prolific on social media and building up during the build-up of the car. They were showing the various steps that had been taken.
It's finally got a deck lid spoiler on the back as well, but they haven't actually had a real chance to gauge if it's going to be a success or a failure. Just waiting at the back for the green flag. Sure, we've got a little bit of a drama here to the last couple of cars on the grid. Just the official just standing there next to the Team Medical Australia car. And
there seems like there's a car out of place about a three-quarter mark of the field.
Yeah, Yeah, you're not wrong there. There's actually, I think, Paul Vullerman who's in the middle of the pack, and we've got a green flag. So for 888 Home Loans, let's go racing with improved production. And away we go, and Milano hooks it up beautifully off the start line and leaves Adam Poole behind to the tune of about 2 car lengths and moves across to the racing line to assume the correct position to take turn 1. And through he goes. Kate Lehman's had a good launch as well. Puts Jared Tonks back 1 spot.
There's an accident car off.
Yeah, there is a car that's gone off the side of the road. Looks like it might be David Cox that's gone off the road on at 3/4 of the way down the front straight. Hopefully he hasn't struck that tyre barrier.
Meanwhile, Poole's just taken the lead from Milano. Heading into turn 3. But I fear that this race will be neutralised for racing.
Yeah, there's a very real possibility that's going to be neutralised there. It looks like he got shoved by somebody, as there's a fair old bit of dirt that's been kicked up on the verge between the MotoGP pit exit and the track, and we have had this field neutralised. So correct call there, Heath, and they're going to have to send out the recovery crews to pull that car in. A couple of us did see what happened up here. Looks like there was some contact that has sent David Cox's DLL photography and design car into the tyre wall, or actually scooting off the circuit down towards the outside of turn 1. Now the question is whether or not Adam Poole got that pass done before the yellow flags came out. I think he very may well have done so.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did. I mean, he got it done on the exit of turn 2, so and we didn't see a yellow flag until exiting Honda. So I'm pretty confident that he's done that. But it was interesting off the start. Poole got a lot of wheel spin off the start, and Milano was just off like a jet. And then by the time they got to turn 1, Poole had caught up all that lost ground and was putting Milano straight under pressure.
Yeah, there's some heavy damage on that car as well. We're getting some great pictures here from Glen Lyons. So David's out of the car and thankfully okay, but there is an awful amount of damage on the front right corner, the driver's door, passenger side door there as well. So very, very smart call by race control to call a halt to proceedings, and just they're looking over the tyre barrier there just to see whether or not they'll actually need to facilitate a repair or not. But the field just rolls around turn 12. They'll pick up the high-arc safety car. There it is, waiting for them just on the other side of the gantry. One of the fantastic shots here. This is the iconic shot that I like, Heath, the one where you just see out of turn 12, you can literally see the undulation in the track. You can see it go down on the grid to the start-finish line, then up and over the rise. And it's almost, when you're sitting in the car, you actually can't see turn 1. You basically just see ocean until you get over that little crest, and then you've not got much time to prepare yourself for turn 1.
It's something unique here, really, isn't it? It makes this circuit very much it's a very, very, very sort of the iconic visual of the circuit, as the iconic view of the circuit.
Well, it looks like we're just getting some word through that there is a bit of damage to that tyre bundle that David Cox's car has come into contact with, and it is going to take a little bit of time to fix. Now, in previous years gone by, if that's the case, they would send out the crews to fix that, and then they would actually call a halt to the race. They would red flag it, and it looks like the red flag is actually flying at the moment. So they have elected to call this race after just one lap, which is a little bit sad. But it is what it is, and there is a bit of a logjam as everybody slows down just to give the track marshals and all the recovery crews and repair crews enough time to clean this one up. Now, because we only got the one lap in, this sadly means that this race will probably be classified as a no contest, which means no points will be awarded. And the field, as they cross the line at the end of that lap, was Adam Poole from Damien Milano. So those two had swapped spots off the start down at turn 4. Jared Tonks and Cade Lehman, so they were 3 and 4, so that's pretty much where they started. Top 5 or 6 drivers pretty much as they started. There were a few drivers that did make their way into the top 10. Craig Piergross, the XE Falcon you were referring to, has come up a couple of spots. So too Danny Timewell and Adrian Taranto. They'd found their way into the top 10. There is the confirmation of how the order sits just after that solitary lap. The question will be whether or not that is the grid order that it is retained for the opening race tomorrow. but we probably won't know until a little bit later on today as to what's happening there. Good to see some returning names there. There's a couple of cars just there, the Mazda RX-7s of Daniel Verica and John Perkins. The Team Green Mazda RX-7s making a return. A couple of them have been out for a number of years, and just good to see, as we said before, drivers getting their cars out of the sheds after seeing all the action going on and wanting to be a part of it.
Absolutely, and I suppose it's such an accessible category as well. And if you've got a passion for a particular mark or a particular model, here's the place to race it.
It certainly is one of the best places in the world to go improve production racing, one of the best places in this country. And sadly for 888 Home Loans, we didn't get a full race in, but hopefully tomorrow it will be a different story. Big thanks to 888 Home Loans, along with DLL Photography and Design, Yokohama and Traction Tyres, and New Line Homes, who are chalking up, believe it or not, their 11th consecutive year of sponsoring Victorian Improved Production. Great commitment from a great little business.
Great loyalty.
And great loyalty, absolutely. We'll take a short break up here in commentary. We'll let the trackside crews do their thing and get us back underway as quickly as possible. And hopefully it won't delay the Saloon car race scheduled to take place at about 5 minutes to 3. So that's about 12 minutes from now. Back soon.
Is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Racefuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Racefuels is headed... Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Attention please to the paddock. Could David Stillwell please report to the Secretary's office? David Stillwell to the Secretary's office, please. Thank you.
Racefuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Racefuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Well, welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. We've seen the last of the service vehicles from the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit operations. The big multi-use forklifty type of tractor vehicle coming out onto the track and fixing the fence down there, unfortunately, some time ago in the improved production race. Just a quick reminder for everyone trackside here is that we are still smack bang in the middle of the COVID pandemic, and as you will all know, you've signed on into the track to the terms and conditions which this property has to run to, and motorsport in general. It's why we've been able to return to racing, and that is to remind everyone about social distancing, remind everyone about washing your hands, etc., shaking of hands and all that sort of thing. So please, whilst you're here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, we are under very, very strict government guidelines, or not even guidelines anymore, I think it's law, that social distancing, yes, is a very real thing, and we need to adhere to that, and hand sanitising, etc., etc. If you feel like you have symptoms of COVID-19, sore throat, lungs filling with water, keeling over, not very well, go and get yourself tested and isolate yourself away from the rest of the world. It's a very hard thing to do, but it is reality, and it is why we've been able to return to motorsport in 2021. So please, while you're here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, please remind everyone of 1.5 metres between. Just having to remind Heath McAlpine from Auto Action, he needs to get a little bit away from me, and that heavy breathing down my neck is inappropriate. So we will be underway. We've got cars actually coming down the pit lane for the Saloon car race, and we'll be underway with the racing very, very soon. We have got a massively condensed up rest of today, because it is now 20 to 4. And the Saloon cars were supposed to be on track at 2:55. So we've got a massive program to try and catch up here. The timing screen at the moment says 4 laps. I've just come from a meeting that's convened in race control, which is not the be-all and end-all of how many laps will be there, because we've got the stewards and the race secretary to also agree on it, and they're also conversing with all of the categories. But the rest of the today will look a little bit like this. Saloon cars on the track now, sports cars next, Formula Ford, sports sedans, Circuit XLs and BMW E30s for their second race for the weekend. So it's a very ambitious program set out by IPRA here this weekend for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, and I guess the last thing we needed was elongated delays. But we are back on track, and we hope that we can bring you some great entertainment. Pictures are being brought to us by Blendline TV and sent all around the world on Blendline TV, also via the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship Facebook page, Blendline TV Facebook page, and we've got a very, very strong field of saloon cars making their way out on track now. Heath McAlpine from Auto Action has jumped right alongside me. I'm Darren Smith, and just looking at the lap record set by Gavin Ross right back in 2014, a 49.15. I am pretty confident that the conditions we are experiencing locally right here, right now, dry, cold, windy, we could see a lap record here.
Yeah, I hope so. It's glad to be back after nearly an hour delay. The guys did a fantastic job in fixing that barrier down there. I think it's going to be a very close race too, Darren, with Travis Lindorff leading off from the pole, and Anthony Bear, with Mark Sutherland and Adam Lowndes back and forth. I sort of expect him to be on the front row challenging Travis Lindorff, to be honest.
I agree with you in part there, but row 3 is where I'm looking at. Simon Taberner was on track that very day that Gavin Ross set that lap record, and guess who was within 0.1 of a second of Gavin Ross? Simon Taberner in the old dial before you dig National Series, and Daniel Johnson, the guy who's running the show for the saloon cars these days in car number 35 out of 6, the Falcon there. So I'm looking for row 3. Simon Taberner is returning to the class in his old car. It's been a long time over in the West, and if anyone can, certainly can. Luca Callahan next on the grid, then Nash Harris, Cooper Capillari, Mark Curry there as well. Rob Knight, Justin Elliott, Ashley Lee, Peter Thomas, Jeffrey Thomas, our great mate down the back there next to Matthew Jagger. Jagger 15, Jeff Thomas 16 on the grid. All things aside, we've had a pretty tough old day at the racetrack competitor-wise with the horrendous weather we had earlier on today. If you're standing in the pit paddock area, horrendous. If you're in the commentary booth, it was spectacular. So everybody has their own take on it. Certainly the case of accident repairs, car number 1 has got the ascendancy, even though it's a 2019 championship year that you get the car number 1 from. He's held on to it longer than anyone, I guess. Two full calendar years, not 2 full racing seasons.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a Holden domination up the front here, with Johnson in 6th being the first of the Falcons, but there is a good contingency of Falcons up there towards the back end of the top 10, so I'd probably keep my eye out for some of those. And actually, it's a great qualifying from the VN there in P7 as well. I think it is Nash Harris.
Yeah, the number 85, Nash Harris, the older Commodore, and away we go, front row of the grid. Lindorf gets away nicely. Have a look at Taberner in the 14, dives straight to the inside. Gazumps row 2 has Mark Sutherland for breakfast and dispatches Adam Lowndes. So the number 14, Simon Taberner, looks to the inside. He's been doing a little bit of side-by-side type racing over the last couple of years as well, so he won't be at all worried about going to the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's Lindorf leading through Southern Loop, and it looks like, if we pan out a little bit, Lindorf from, is that, sorry, Bear's still maintaining second.
P2 there, so he's hanging on to it.
But is it Lowndes in 3rd? Lowndes has jumped to 3rd with Taberner in 4th.
Run there, just looking for the yellow and black.
Oh, geez, Taberner is very loose in 4th place there, trying to get around the outside of Lowndes. Sorry to cut you off.
Get used to it, mate. That's how Simon Taberner does it. Expat Englishman in P4, and Daniel Johnson's actually gone with him as well. So the guys from row 3 have now jumped a couple of spots up. They've got rid of the goings on there. Just to sit back through the field there and have a bit of a look, but it is Travis Lindorf that will lead the field to Hayshed for the first time, to Anthony Bear, Mark Sutherland, and Simon Taberner. Daniel Johnson, the Blaze outfit down into MG, looks to the inside of Taberner looking to the inside of Sutherland. So I'm going to say right here, right now, it's going to be Lindorf and Bear that are probably just going to drive away with it, but at the moment it's actually the case the accident repair centre driver Travis Lindorf that has got himself a massive lead on lap number 1. That's a huge lead for a speed car.
Yeah, I think the timing's a little bit off because I don't think Sutherland's, I don't think he's in 3rd, so it's definitely Lowndes in 3rd, with Taberner looking down the inside, approaching turn 1, and Johnson's coming in from the right too with the slipstream, and I think he's Lowndes just dropped 2 positions there at turn 1, dropping to 5th. As the rest of the field file through.
Jeff Thomas has made himself a good start to this race. He's up a few spots as well into 13 out of 16. He's in the AU Falcon as well, doing a good bit of work in the number 22. Keep your eyes on Jeff, veteran of Victorian Motorsport, races at 240 or 260Z in Group S. Does very, very well with that.
Tell you what, it's heating up for 2nd place. Taberner after knocking over Lowndes, he's bringing Johnson with him, and Bear is a bit skewiff a little bit out of Honda, and Taberner's putting pressure on him through Siberia and looking for an inside run going into Hayshed.
Look at that.
Side by side.
Gets Bear. So Anthony Bear just getting a little bit of a short back and sides as we head back down to Siberia and then up to Hayshed. Director trying to cover the whole field there and up to the top of Licky Heights they go. Taberner now with Bear. Johnson not being able to get through on Bear, but you get the feeling that the Harris Racing number 46 Anthony Bear might be just a little bit out of his depth here. Starting to feel the breathing down the back of his shirt from the very experienced campaigners with Travis Lindorf. He's away with it now.
You could tell Bear with Lauren and Emmett going his car was just moving around. Lindorf's running away with this at the moment, but dare I say that Taberner's just going to try and trump in at that lead as there's a car struggling down the main straight. I don't know if that's tyre smoke or anything
That's mechanical failure in the number 63 there as well. That's Luke O'Callaghan. But have a look at this. Back in the front, Bear isn't done with yet. All over the back of Taberner. What is interesting here, Heath, is that Adam Lowndes has just gone back 3 spots in this last lap. Taberner, Bear, Johnson all got him. And Mark Sutherland is poised to be able to pounce on him as well.
Yeah, Lowndes.
In fact, he has.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, Lowndes has sort of started off well, but has just gradually been fallen back.
He had about 5 or 6 corners in the open lap. He was right there with it. Stayed with them. And looks like something coming out of the back of that number 1.
Yeah, he's 2 points. Is he slowing?
So sure. It looked like there was some sort of flip coming out of the back of that car. No, he's not slowing.
No, he's not slowing.
Have a look at Johnson now. Johnson and Bear. Holden versus Ford. Classic Aussie tail. Gee, it brings a tear to my eye. Good old days.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think he got him around the outside too at Hayshed, which he has done and completed the move and defends into MG. As Lindorf holds a 2.4 second lead ahead of Taberner. And it'll be interesting to see if Johnson can now get into the rear of Taberner.
Yeah, certainly. See how that goes. Daniel Johnson certainly has followed him through. Oh, have a look at this now. Right smack bang in the middle of the screen. Lindorf has gone round. I would suggest there is grass and all sorts of scatar all over the track there. Debris, let's call it. And we've got Taberner now leading the race. Lindorf has had a massive moment there. And there is certainly lots of grass to the inside there, but I wonder if that was his own fluid that we could see leaking out as he came out of Siberia, whether whatever that is has got onto his rear tyres as he's coming around turn 12.
It was a good avoidance job from Taberner to...
It's kind of lucky they had a bit of an air gap between them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, your prediction is spot on at the moment. You're looking at row 3, and guess who's 1 and 2?
Taberner and Johnson there. I read the script, mate.
But Bear's still... He is still there. He is well in touch to make a move here on Johnson.
It's clearly very wet in qualifying this morning. These cars can get around to you in the low 50s, late 49, sort of lap time wise. And Anthony Bear qualified with a 2:03. So just been confirmed, everything for the rest of today from race control will be 4 laps, and the XL race will be in line officially something tomorrow. So when we get a word on what that something category is, as we have a challenge again now for the lead, it's Johnson on Taberner. Will there be a Ford getting the checkered flag here this afternoon at Phillip Island in Saloon cars? It's been some time, but I tell you what, it's been some time since Simon Taberner won a race in Saloon cars. He certainly went off and did some running with his sponsor Selby in the side-by-side challenge, took it up to the likes of the Simon Evans and Cody Crocker. Check flag comes out, and that will make Simon Taberner a very, very happy man. Unfortunately, it means the guy that giving the speech for the win has got an English accent, but he's been an Aussie for the best part of his adult life. So Simon Taberner, terrific fella, and as you've just seen, Heath, and everyone's just seen, he's a no-hold-bar racer.
No, and it was a cracking race too. I mean, the top 3 were all coming on less than a second, and you had Sutherland holding off Lowndes by the barest of margins as well, 0.1 of a second to round out the top 5. And Lindorf dropped to 7th at the end of the race there after his spin mid-race, with Harris slotting in between Lowndes and Lindorf in 6th place. Elliott, Kakari and Capillari.
Knight, O'Connell, I'll pick it up from there, mate. Capillari actually not getting to the line, coming down the pit, so will be a non-finisher. There goes the field disappearing off, and welcome back to the winner's circle for Simon Taberner and Daniel Johnson. really good to see a Falcon challenging for top spot on the podium, but I think Tabs had him absolutely covered off coming around there. He didn't show any sort of desperate moves. He wasn't moving over and trying to cover off the move or anything like that. I think Tabs was just, I think he was just very, very excited to be able to get that win back. We'll go to a quick break because we've got Formula Fords getting themselves set to go.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back. We have got the upper echelon of automotive luxury and motoring, not luxury, pace and motoring rolling out on the track now. The Victorian Sports Car Championship, and Dave Stillwell will wait until he is introduced to the race call as he puts his little finger up like a school kid and wants to ask a question. Welcome back to Trackside here, and everybody join us on Blendline TV. We do apologise, there has been a lot of bad weather here locally at Phillip Island and right across the state. In fact, there was snow at Marysville this morning, so that's very, very low down. So that's how cold it's been. And we happen to be at the most picturesque racetrack in the country, and we're looking out over Bass Strait at the best part of 5 or 6 metre waves rolling in there earlier today. Dave Stillwell, welcome to commentary. Sports Cars on Track. Looking forward to a ripping. Well, this is going to be a club sprint, really. 4 laps for these guys. They're going to be lucky to get heat into these heat rookies.
Well, I think what a lot of the drivers and teams will be using the session for is a means of running a set of slicks, possibly for the first time for the weekend, and figuring out what their starting pressures will be for the 40-minute mini enduro tomorrow at lunchtime. Good afternoon, folks, and of course, thank you very much to Darren and, of course, the Blendline team. A huge shout-out to all of our volunteer officials, particularly those who are involved in that fence and wall repair alongside the team from PIOPS. I know it's never a good thing when we have a delayed race meeting, but to have the circuit back up and running, and again to get almost as much of the program as PIOP put together for round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series on Saturday is a big blessing in disguise.
It certainly was an ambitious program heading into the weekend, let alone having the South Pole moving very close to the track yesterday and this morning. Let's have a look at this magnificent field as it comes around to take up the grid position. There'll be Ben Schutz in the Sin in car number 65 in pole position, a 1:42.55 posted this morning. Next to him, Jamie Lovett. Good to see Jamie on the front row of the grid there. And a couple of big improvers, Andrew Hall out of Cup Car Engineering and Richard Campbell. That is a great move up the field for Rick Campbell. Only started off at Sandown earlier on this year in his McLaren, but to be on the second row of the grid here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in one of these sports cars is a huge ask.
In position 5 and 6, we have a pair of Porsches, Paul Plank in the 55, Travis Knight in the orange Porsche in position 6 and number 18. Row 4, Jim Manoli is from Tefeo Motorsport. Of course, a shout out to all the people from Tefeo Motorsport. And the people of Tefeo Estate down at the Peninsula, relaxing in this lovely Saturday afternoon. He'll be starting alongside Michael Kokinos in the Euro Motorsport and Euro Motorsport prepared McLaren GT4. Row 5, Steve Sluger, another one of the beautiful black Porsches. And alongside him will be Michael Stillwell in the Mustang FR500 CS. Looking a little further afield, John Williamson in the yellow Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Manny Mesasama has not made the grid, I don't believe, in his Porsche 944. He sold the Cup car we saw him in last time out. Row 7, Robin Bailey sorted out the clutch issues in his MGB GT V8. And position 14, one of the Lotus contingent, David Bunsen in the number 14. And starting rear grid, Mr. Taunton in his Mark Cars Mark II Mustang. We've seen those cars running at the front of quite a number of series, and it's great to have that beautifully presented car here. And shout out to the team at Mark Cars who did a good job putting together a car yesterday. We've got lights on, ready to go.
Race start, revs rise, and it is a double dip at the clutch there for Ben Schutz. He gets left on the grid there, as does the Michael Sluger Porsche. Jeff Taunton gets around it nicely as they all start to bunch their way up down into turn 1. There's a bit of smoke out of the back of the Sin. In fact, that wasn't smoke, that was dust upon it. Hard to believe. It's probably oil down there. He looks to the outside of Andrew Hills in the Cup Car Engineering entry, car number 130, but leading it around is Jamie Lovett. What a great start in the Porsche. Unfortunately, Ben Schutz didn't get a good grab at the clutch. He had to have a second dip, and by the time he'd done that, 2 Porsches had already got away.
Well, we saw Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall going toe-to-toe all the way through that 40-minute enduro race at the second round of the Vic State Race Series. Porsche's perfectly engineered for that standing start. All the weight sitting over the back, but Andrew Hall makes the move up the inside, and now Lovett's got Ben Schutz to contend with. Lovett will have the inside run through Siberia, but we'll see the big LS power from the Sin. Does it have enough run to get up the hill and through the hayshed as our camera operators at Siberia go looking for? Oh, there's Michael Stillwell in the Mustang.
Good shots there of the FOMO Co Mustang there. He'll be back up to the lead of the race. This is hills. He's had a very strong start. So
Going up and down the hill. So, and their chutes makes the move up the inside of Lovett. So that's the sim back into P2, and watch for the deployment of the full 6.2 litres, or 6.3 litres of LS Chevy power down the front straight through turn 12. My favourite part of the circuit. Probably not the favourite part of the circuit for these drivers. Well, there's that oil trail in the middle of it. You see the dust left behind by the Pye support crew as they put the soaker down. Rain light still on one of those McLarens. They probably left that on since this morning's wet qualifying session.
Just watching Jeff Taunton now. He's moving up very, very nicely indeed. Jim Knowles has lost a spot. Michael Kokonos has gone through up 4 spots there in the number 8 as well. Jeff Taunton's up 9. So he's had a massive move up into P6. That's the green Mustang-bodied Mark car, Mark II version. I see a couple of those Mark cars in the sports sedans now. They're starting to grow in field, which is the Mark I shape, or the Mazda 3 livery. Have a look at this now, in the lead of this race, 3 laps remaining, and he would have to be, in fact, one of the most experienced drivers in this field, Dave. I don't think there's too many others there that could say they've done as much racing as Ben Schultz.
Well, there's quite a few drivers on the grid that have got a wealth of experience, but around Phillip Island late in the day on a Saturday afternoon at a big State Series race, I'd put my money on Ben Schultz too. We've got guys with off-road experience aboard, just like John Williamson in the Lamborghini, the number 19 Williamson Properties and Equipment entry.
I saw John here at Smile Magic on the Saturday. Didn't have a very good run of it. Was packed up and disappeared. Then we saw him also, I think in round 1 as well, had an incident at Sedan and didn't take any further part in it. But good to see the car that used to belong to the Minister of Fun and Happiness and Smiles is now in the head of
It was a very robust discussion about driving standards last night at the Production Sports Car Racing Victoria AGM, and John was reflecting that it's very different when you don't have a berm to wait for people to pass along the straights. As we're talking about straights, we've got the plank. We've got the plank and knipe entries in P7 and 8, bustling along quite well. And again, we saw Lovett and Hall fighting it out, tooth and nail, in the 40-minute enduro races. We go back to front. Taunton with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.5, making his way up to P6 so far, down into turn 4 hairpin. He's making a fair move, does Andrew Hall, up the inside of Lovett as he defends. And Greg Taunton there going to take over one of the McLarens. Pair of McLaren GT4s in the field, one run by Zagami Autosport and the other by Euro Motorsport. Very difficult to tell them apart because they both look so good and they've both got very grey, silver and black liveries on them.
So this is interesting. This is 2 evolutions, I guess, of the same car up against each other here. There's 2 Porsche, the 997-2 and the 991 car out there at the moment. So there's a couple of distinct differences between these 2 Porsches.
Well, they're both the 3.8 litre Metzger engine. They're both running a 6-speed. Of course, the 997, Jamie Lovett in P3, originally came out with a stick shift. His has been upgraded with paddle shift. Andrew Hall's car, of course, is another paddle shift. That's the 901, so it's a longer wheelbase. So it's a little bit more stable in the high-speed area. The shorter wheelbase of the 997 makes it a little bit more agile with the tight and twisty stuff. So really good to see the difference between the 2 cars. Again, Greg Taunton there making his way up. He's up to P5 now as he moves past Campbell. So his next target will be Kokonos and McLaren GT4. And you'll see Mike and Plank cutting it fine out of turn 12. Kokonos now being lined up by the menacing Markstang of Greg Taunton. So he's come down from Queensland. Not sure the weather's going to be entirely to his and his crew's liking from Mark Cars Australia.
So you'd like to think the McLaren would get through the air a little bit slicker than the Mark car, a lot more frontal area, but Jeff Taunton got a power of experience behind him as well. He's driven many, many different things, and these are, from all accounts, these are one of the nicest cars to drive, these Mustang.
Again, just a great concept, space frame built, but so many components used identical side to side. Really easy to repair, and they'll run 2 24-hour races without even having to crack open the 5 litre or 5.2 litre engine Ford Coyote based engines. As we see Ben Schultz coming into MG now, this will be the last lap. Of course, the event's shortened up to 4 laps for the end of the day. So, providing no issues, Ben will take race 1 by a couple of seconds, but it's still to play for the second and third positions. And of course, that battle for fourth Cochrane is holding off Thornton. So we'll see the run. Look at the pace that Lovett takes into turn 12. But again, Andrew Hall just keeping it steady. So second and third will be Hall from Lovett, and then Taunton across the line. Oh, just 2 car lengths in it. The McLaren prevails over the Mark II Mustang. So we'll look a little further.
1-1 between.
Oh, what's a tenth of a second between friends? Speaking of friends, we've got Plank and Knight racing to the line. 3 car lengths between them, just 0.33 of a second between the two 997 Cup cars. Jim Manoli is home in 9th in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Just waiting for Michael Stillwell to come around in the FR500 Mustang.
Robin Bailey, of course, doing well also. Gee, it's not that long ago that a very nicely presented MG V8 in what was called Mark cars would win these races. I say 30 years ago.
Well, as we say, time stops for no man, and you can't stand in the way of progress. But of course, Robin Bailey, an evergreen of Victorian State Racing, competes in both the MG and invited British category as well as the sports cars. He's not too sure about the 40-minute races though, because his car runs on E85 and he reckons he's fuel limited to about 38 minutes. So he'll be praying for a safety car in the middle of tomorrow's race, or he might be feathering the throttle a little bit to try to make it to the end.
Behind Bailey, Sluger and Williamson haven't made it to line. In fact, I'm not sure that the Lamborghini is still...
No, the Lamborghini has made it, and our last finisher is David Bunton in the Lotus. So thanks to our Melbourne Uni Car Club timing team downstairs in race control. And of course, a huge thank you to all the volunteer officials from PIARC, Victorian Fire and Rescue Service, PIARC Recovery, Team Medical Australia, and of course all the Victorian Flag Marshalling team volunteers around the circuit who've braved sun, snow, sleet, hail, and of course that gateway to hypothermia that Barry Sheen used to talk about. I'll join you in commentary tomorrow, Darren, for a 40-minute enduro for production sports cars.
Certainly will. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Dave Stillwell. We'll take a very short break and be back with the Formula Fords.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON, and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat, or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport, with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
And welcome back, everybody. This is race 1 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Sorry for that little stumble. Of course, this weekend the Victorian Formula Ford Championship is proudly supported by Speco VHT, of course, a huge multinational car care product company being imported into the country by Brendan Jones, who is intrinsically linked to Formula Ford, being the 5-time Victorian champion in the Ken car, the number 1 vehicle. We're also supported this weekend by Holden Action, a warehousing and transportation specialist based out of a massive 4,000 square metre facility in Campbellfield, offering a lot of services throughout Melbourne and Victoria. So we're very happy to have Speco VHT and Holden Action supporting the Formula Fords this weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan, and alongside me is Heath McAlpine, the man super sub of the weekend, and I must say, a rather magnificent beard you've grown in recent days as well, joining us from Auto Action. It's great to have you on board.
I wouldn't say recent days, but anyway, it's a bit of a return of the band getting back together, isn't it, Cal?
just like olden days,
Yeah,
isn't
just
it?
like a couple of years ago. But what do you reckon about this field? I mean, the young guns that have come out. He came out of Formula V last year, and he was very, very impressive at Island Magic. And Tom Sargent's probably going to be the one to beat. He clean swept. You can correct me if I'm wrong. He clean swept the round of the National Series some months ago.
Yeah, so Tom Sargent's won all 5 races so far run in season 2021, racing the Tegra Australian McGale. He's doing a fantastic job in that car that was, of course, in the hands of Cameron Hill some years ago when he won the Australian Series back in 2015. So a great effort from them to be preparing such a good car for Tom Sargent. He's truly getting his racing career off to a superb start. We've got 25 cars lining up in this race, represented by 6 different manufacturers or chassis builders. We'll go through the grid sheet heats. We've got Tom Sargent on pole position alongside Connor Summers. It was a great qualifying duel between those two. Connor Summers had pole position for most of the session, especially at the dying stages of qualifying, with Tom Sargent put in a lap on his very last effort to take pole position. So he's definitely showing his experience and just how good he is in falling forward and how strong he's come. So we'll get Heath to run through the rest of the grid sheet as they come down the main straight.
Well, on the second row we've got Fletcher Harris and that man we mentioned earlier, Winston Smith. On the third row of the group we've got David Woods and another Formula V graduate, Matthew Holmes. And then they've got Matthew Holmes here, on the fourth row of the grid, but I think that is a bit of a typo. With Mitchell Gattenby on the fourth row of the grid, Joe Fawcett and Harrison Blanchard round out the top 10, as I feel that the race is just about to get started. They're following the last of the Kent class cars, which is headed by Brendan Jones and James Meaden in the Kent class.
I think it's James Meaden on pole position alongside Brendan Jones. I was having a quick chat with Brendan before the race, and he's looking forward to this race. So it's a very even start between the front row as they get underway. And it looks like it will be Tom Sargent who leads the field going into turn 1. So getting to jump over Connor Summers, coming through the fast, sweeping right-handed for the first time. So Tom Sargent well and truly used to being at the head of this field. Coming through turn one and up to turn 2 on our screens, we've got Clay Richards. It's his 21st birthday today. Third generation racer, doing a great job in the Spectrum. He's running back in 4th position. So we've also got Fletcher Harris tagging onto the back of that battle as well. But at the head of the field, taking no time to get a handy gap up his sleeve, it's Tom Sargent in the lead. He's just ahead. Connor Summers in the number 71 car in 2nd position. The number 55 car of Fletcher Harris in 3rd position, just ahead of Clay Richards.
There's a massive jostling pack behind there, battling for 3rd as the two first leading that pack, you've got Fletcher Harris, Winston Smith, Damon Woods. Is it Clay Richards in the fifth? Matthew Holmes in 6th. The timing screens would be off here because they've got 2 Matthew Holmes on there.
2 Matthew Holmes.
Yeah, 2 Matthew Holmes on there. So
obviously more Matthew Holmes the better.
But as we finish the opening lap, coming on the front straight, it's Tom Sargent. He won his class. Taking off with recent
So we've got battles all the way through the field as they come down the main straight. Fantastic pictures provided by Blendline TV this weekend. It's a bit of an effort to set up all the infrastructure, the cameras, the crew, all the fibre runs around the circuit. It's a huge piece of land here at Phillip Island, so it's a mammoth effort for the Blendline guys to settle this up. So we are very thankful to have them along for season 2021, and confirmation just a couple of weeks ago that they will be on board to broadcast the rest of the remaining rounds of the season. We've got round 4 coming up at Sandown Motor Raceway coming up later on this year, and then we are back here again at Phillip Island. Of course, both of those rounds are doubling up as national rounds for the National Formula Ford Series as well. Formula Ford been around for more than 50 years. We've got Jordan Sinney off at turn 4 in the number 44 Dirty Diggers car, and we can see he is absolutely stuck. The infield of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and the car park, it must be said, the grass is really, really soft, so we've seen quite a few spectator cars being bogged around the circuit, but Jordan Sinney very frustrated with himself there. He's punching the wheel, and it was a very dirty Diggers Spectrum, so an unfortunate end to this race for Jordan.
I think it's probably going to be a safety car because it's not the advantage for but they haven't so far.
So coming down the main straight, 2 laps left for this race. I dare say race control will let this one run its duration. Local yellow flags down at turn 4, obviously for the stranded car of Jordan Sinney. So that's one of the key overtaking areas here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Very deep under brakes as they come through the sweeping left-hander at Stoner Corner. As we can see on screens there, it looks like Joe Fawcett's having a great battle with the number 56 car of Damon Woods. The Damon Woods car is a privateer entry for the Spectrum, and Joe Fawcett is one of the younger guys on the grid as well. There's no passing at that part of the circuit though. There's the yellow flags, so Damon Woods thinking better of that move. Jordan Sinney still sitting in the car, so he's got one of the best seats in the house to be watching this race unfold as they come through Siberia for the second to last time. Tom Sargent in the number 47 car doing a fantastic job. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:38.3 on the last tour. He's 2.3 seconds down the road, further down the road ahead of Connor Summers, and we've got one of the Cairns cars off at driver's left, and he's got the wheel pointing in the wrong direction, so it looks like one of the steering arms has gone wrong on that car, unfortunately. Fantastic pictures again, as I said before, being brought to us by Blendline, and unfortunately we missed that incident looking at all the action going on down at Honda turn 4. It's a checkered flag being greeted for the number 47, so Tom Sargent takes his 6th win out of 6 starts in season 2021. He wins the race ahead of Connor Summers in P2. Clay Richards jumping up into P3, 3rd generation race car driver, and of course his father, Stephen Richards, winning the Australian Formula Ford Championship back in 1994, so it's great to see him out there and racing at a podium finish. It's not a bad 21st birthday present, is it?
Absolutely, yeah, no, and he also did a great job. He clawed his way, he made a cracking start and was 4th from the get-go, and then made that pass for 3rd early in the race.
So we've got Matthew Holmes returning this weekend. We've got the results coming up on the screen as well, so we'll go through those. We've got Tom Sargent coming home to take his 6th win from 6 races for this year, as we said earlier. Connor Summers in P2, Clayton Richards home in position 3, Matthew Holmes returning to Formula Ford this weekend, finishing in position 4, Fletcher Harris dropping down to position 5 after starting from the 2nd row. Great race there for Joe Fawcett out of position 6, just ahead of Damon Woods. Mitchell Gattenby, a last-minute number change for that car, the number 10 Spirit WL07, the New South Welshman out this, ACT-based driver out this weekend, finishing in 8th position. Kai Cavadon out of 9th position. It's another birthday for him. He's turning 19 on Monday. Harrison Blanchard home in position 11. That team, the Sonic Motor Racing Services operation, fixing that car after an off yesterday, getting him back out and running this weekend. Timothy Edwards home in position 12. Winston Smith home in position 13. James Meaden, first of the Kent runners, home in 14th position, just ahead of Jack Clifford. He's a young and promising star racing the Van Diemen. He's 2nd in class and 15th position overall. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. Obviously not enough time to watch a full complete race unfold. Such is the truncated
I think there was
program.
a few guys that there might have been something we've missed, because Winston Smith started on the second row and ended up in P13, so 22 seconds off the pace. So, and there's a few of the Duratec guys mixed in with the Kent guys as well. So I think there might have been a little bit of a shuffle in that impact earlier in the race.
So that was the opening race of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship, proudly supported by Speco, VHT and Holden Glen. That's Holden Glen with one N, supporting the series this weekend. So we're very happy to have those partners on board. And confirmation on our screen as well that the fast work by the PIAC officials to get Jordan Sydney's car back out from the bog. We will take a quick break here in Central Commentary. We say big thank you to Heath McAlpine from Auto Action for joining us up here and calling all the action. Coming up next is the Sports Sedans for their opening race of the weekend. Darren Smith will be stepping back behind the microphone to call all the action. We'll take a quick break.
Race Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Race Fuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, trackside here. We've got the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Series on track now. Welcome to round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great to see some people still with us trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. It's been a very trying day here trackside, but certainly hope you're enjoying all of the pictures coming to you by Blendline TV and of course on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship website and Facebook pages there as well. Paul Panisi on pole position, and great to see Paul. He's been battling for so many years to get right up the front of the grid in sports sedans. He did it with a 140.95, a great lap stringing that together in qualifying. Right next to him, the guy that took the world by storm at Winton at the last round, and here's Mark Carr, the Mazda 3, the guy from Mornington to Mazda, Valvoline, in his car there as well on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid, Dean Cam. Watch the guy on the grid in the Corvette. He launches like a pro stock drag car. He, I'm going to suggest, will probably gazump the field by turn one. It is an amazing car to start. Dean is so in tune with this car, and he's a great starter no matter what he's raced, whether it be his RX-7 club car, his VH club car, his Honda sports sedan, whatever it is, Dino knows how to do it. Great to see Andrew Parker there, and I do apologise to Andrew Parker and his crew for calling that car the wrong driver at the last round, but we'll be all over it now. The car number 14, Andrew Parker on row 2. John Angelito in there as well in car number 5 BMW. Good to see him on the Victorian sports sedan grid. Johnny Pilotto there as well. Stewie Eustace, welcome to his marked car. It looks like he's parked the Commodore to one side for a bit. The guy that hasn't parked the Commodore is Greg Lynch, the dentist out of the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, into position number 8. 9 on the grid will be Stephen Coe with Cam McKee right alongside Terry Hamilton in the red Commodore. Way down there in 11th place, not where Terry would want to be, and let's hope for the number 59 can start to punch back further up the field. Ben McLeod in the number 72 in there as well. Good to see the next generation of the McLeod family coming along there. Francois Habib, looking forward to seeing how Francois can bring the Dodo Tasman Motorsport control back up through the field. Ian Applin, Gary Finnemore. That's right, sorry. Yes, he is. Thank you very much. The member for Auto Action just reminding me there as well in the EX Championship winning Bob Hill Falcon for Francois Habib, and that is a fantastic conclusion in the field as well. Keep our eyes on that. Tristan Bergman to Gary Pinamore. We've got Paul Greer, Mark Durbin, and Jeff Taunton, who's just done a sports car racing Mustang and down the back in the field. We've got Callum Brannigan right alongside me, and we are ready for what is going to be 4 laps of mayhem.
It's like the Dash for Cash days of old, isn't it, Darren? So, super sprint format for the sports sedans. They will be basically just warming up their tyres by the time they have to peel back into the infield. But confirmation now that Paul Panisi and Tony Groves, Mazda 3, lining up on pole position. And we touched on it during the winter round, Darren, that the Mark Australia cars, the Mazda 3, sure, it does look a little bit less wild than, say, perhaps the tube chassis, the massive wings and slicks cars of, say, Dean Cam's, but that is a thoroughbred car underneath the skin of that Mazda 3. It's got a 5-litre V8 transaxle gearbox, I should say. I'm struggling to get that one out. Slick tyres, and it is a purpose-built, bespoke race car. Fantastic alternative to GT3 racing and developed for endurance racing, not only in Australia but also around the world, and a very welcome addition to the Victorian sports sedans field. And I think Darren was something of an oracle when he predicted that we'd be seeing more of these Mark Australia cars appearing in the Victorian field. We've got Jeff Taunton in the Mark II car, based resplendent of a Ford Mustang, right at the back of the field. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on Taunton as he charges his way through the field, but the lights are on and they are out. Paul Panisi absolutely spinning the wheels, but Dean Cam from row 2.
Dean Cam, the world opens up for him as the 2 cars in front of him hold their position. Have a look at Terry Hamilton. He's gone to the grass on the inside and he is charging down the inside of the track. This guy has been racing sports sedans for a very long time, knows how to get him off the line. He's done a great job. Good to see Mark Durbin right down the back of the field there as Dean Cam takes the lead down into turn 1 in the QP Lubes Victorian sports sedans. Paul Panisi will be ruining that wheel spin he got off the line. Great start anyway, but as I said, it's always going to be tough ass to get away from the number 66 of Dean Cam here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Dean was all out of sorts at Winton at round 2. He's getting to stretch the legs of the big Corvette and stretch the legs of big mean Dean Cam as well, as he loves it. This has been a very happy hunting ground for Dean over so many years in various categories. He's got an original Formula 5000 Chevron that he races here. He, of course, raced RX-7s in club cars, VH Commodore in club cars. He had the iconic Honda Sports Sedan. As we just see Jeff Taunton starting to really pull through the field there. He's got himself at least 7 or 8 spots off the back of the field here. Mark Durbin as well, in what you'd suggest is probably a traditional sports sedan, a big Falcon down the back there. He's pushing on very, very hard as well. Interestingly enough is that Tony Groves is now starting to focus on getting back on the back of Panesi. Of course, the ex-supercar. They're a good thing to get going off the line. Once you bust the wheels on it, that's what we saw happen for Panesi. That's why he didn't get, couldn't really close the door on Dean Camp's charge up the middle. But Dean had practiced that in his head ever since qualifying. He was always going to go down the middle. Have a look at Terry Hamilton. He is absolutely push on. He's up 5 spots into P5. Angeletto's gone down a spot. Ippolito holds safe. And Jeff Taunton up 10 spots into P9. Doing a ripping job. McLeod up a spot as well. He's into position number 12. 1 lap down, 3 laps to go.
Jeff Taunton will have jumped up to position 8 as well. He had a great drag race down the Gardner Straight with John Ippolito in his Commodore. So a great measure between those two cars. One a bespoke space frame thoroughbred race car, the other one more a production-based car with a floor pan. Great comparison between those 2 race cars, and it's good to see the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans catering for various cars. Tony Groves has managed to get ahead of Paul Panesi as well that last time around. So the Mornington Mazda 3, the Mark car, up into position 2, and he'll be coming up around turn 9 over Lukey Heights. Under brakes into turn 10. We can see on the screen now, deep under brakes. It's a good comparison between a supercar and the more endurance-based Mark racer as well. But Tony Groves, the tyres up to temperature on his Mazda 3, having a great job as well. And it looks like Taunton just behind the car of Andrew Parker as well. He's up the inside of Lynch going into turn 10. The Sentinel Commodore coming up under fire from Taunton as they come through the final turn 12. We're at the halfway point of this race. There's not enough time to try and squeeze in as much information as possible, Darren.
It certainly is. This is a good, strong performance by Terry Hamilton. He has absolutely charged through the field up to position number 6, and this is being driven very, very well. Just having a bit of a focus on the 80 car, the Valvoline Mornington Mazda car of Tony Groves, being prepared by Liam Dunn. Liam will have set this car up for a short race. It'll have a different amount of negative camber. It'll have a little bit more toe out so they can get good temp with the tyre. The tyre doesn't have to last too long, but just watching Paul Panesi, he's got other issues at the moment, and that is a window flapping around on the left-hand side of the car. That's Taunton in the Mustang. Here comes Parker, doing a good job. Started on the second row of the grid. He's just back 1 spot at this time, but he's had Taunton go through. This is a massive drive by Taunton. Terry Hamilton as well is now starting to range up on the back of Andrew Parker. He's doing a tremendous job. Car always prepared well. There's a Falcon of some description parked off to the left-hand side there. We'll try and get that. That's coming out of Siberia as we see.
It looks like the Ian Applin Commodore, the VE supercar Commodore. So he's down in the number 38 car, I believe it was. So he's 17 and obviously out of this race. So that's an unfortunate start for his weekend. Cameron McKee's definitely pushing ahead in that AU Falcon as well. He's running in 11th position at the moment, but he was trying very hard on the opening lap of the race, locking the brakes going into turn 10. So he'll be suffering from a flat spot on the trusty, incredible AU Falcon as it comes around turns 11 and 12 to commence what will be his final lap of the race. But Tony Groves has got his work cut out defending from Paul Panesi. That is a battle for position 2. Tony Groves doing a fantastic job to sneak up into the second position. We can see he's very strong under brakes, especially coming into turn 11, but they really don't have an answer for the car of Dean Camp. The number 66 car is unfallible at the moment around the long sweeping turns of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And it's great to see these cars running so late in the afternoon. The light, it's fantastic.
Dean Camp is, wow, look at that. Paul Panisi, a couple of number 11s out of the back of that Commodore. Dean Cam has just gone into muscle memory mode now in his Corvette. This is something he's done before. He's won here at Phillip Island many, many times. I don't think too many times over 4 laps, normally like 6, 8, 10, the 50k plate, that sort of thing. But certainly, Dean Cam, an evergreen competitor in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. He's doing a tremendous job. Comes into this round, in fact, in P3 in the championship. It's Tony Groves and Michael Robertson. Of course, Robbo, who did such a tremendous job at Winton. And there's the check flag. Dean Cam, wide open throttle, comes to the line here. Panesi has been gazumped by Taunton. A rear of grid to podium drive there by Jeff Taunton. He has made up 20 places. No, he's made up 19 places. And he has made his way onto the podium. That is an amazing drive. I thought we'd seen everything. That great pass in Saloon cars earlier today and in the BMWs as well with Jeff Bowles. But that drive by Jeff Taunton, that is massive. Panesi home in 4th, who started out of pole. And I would suggest that Paul won't be disappointed with that. He couldn't match the pace of the cars that were coming at him. Tony Groves, all three of them, Dean Cam, Tony Groves and Jeff Taunton driving very well. The drive by the number 95, Jeff Taunton, that is massive. Congratulations. And Paul Panesi home in 4th. Andrew Parker, a good drive home for 5th. Terry Hamilton, another one. That's a massive run. Terry was, as I said in the preamble of that race, out of 11. Terry ended up home in 6th place. Stuart Eustace, great to see Stuart back at the track. He's in the number 90 Mark car. He started out of 7th and has finished 7th. It's Health Station. Greg Lynch was out of 8th and he finished 8th as well. Angeletto, McKee, Mark Durbin, that's a good run too. Mark Standard started off 17th and Mark Durbin's gone through on 12th. So that's a tremendous run there. What a good race there, 4 laps, but some really big movers.
It's not about quantity, it's all about quality, isn't it, Darren? But, of course, we'll hope for some longer races for the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship in their pair of races coming up tomorrow. It's a huge day of racing. We've got somewhere in the region of, I think it's 19 races we're trying to squeeze into tomorrow's program. And, of course, the Sports Sedans coming up at scheduled 20 minutes past 1 tomorrow morning, and they'll be out again at 8 minutes past 4 tomorrow. But of course, as we've seen today, they're trying to cram in quite a lot of categories in a small amount of time, so there could be a few delays. Of course, fingers crossed nothing like that happens, but all necessary in the name of maintaining safety in motorsport, because that's what it's all about. And a huge thank you to all of the volunteer officials this weekend. Looking out at Siberia at the moment, those officials must be wondering what they did wrong to race control to be placed out there at the moment. It is freezing out there.
Yeah, and they'll be back tomorrow. You watch, they love it. Just trying to stay with this camera shot to see if we can pick up the actual number on this car. It's going to go around the corner and not see it.
Okay.
Co, number 50.
I called that as Applin incorrectly before, so that was the car of Co, retiring from that race, unfortunately.
So thank you very much, Callum Brannigan. We have got the XLs preparing themselves in the pit lane here for their first race for the weekend as the QP Lube Sports Sedans disappear. Stephen Coe in the 56 Holden Commodore black and gold. Unfortunately parked up there on the side of the track. So hopefully that doesn't delay any of his racing for tomorrow morning. The Sports Sedans will be on the track at 11:21. So we look forward to seeing that. As we wave goodbye to the QP Lube Sports Sedans, we say g'day to the Hyundai XLs, and they make their way on track. I'm going to say, even though 27 cars on the grid, Steve DeVries, a compact field of Hyundai XLs.
It is indeed a compact field of Hyundai XLs. A little bit lower numbers than what we used to see, but nonetheless, they do put on some great racing, and it is becoming one of those little feeder categories that you can get into, and it becomes another one of those stepping stones to go on to much bigger things, much the same way that Formula V steps up to Formula Ford and onto, most likely supercars territory. the XLs are starting to get their own moniker as being a good feeder category as well. We've seen plenty of drivers, the likes of Jay Robotham and Benjamin Bargwanna, spend time in the XLs, move on to things such as Super 2 and TCR. Benjamin Bargwanna is actually out there in this field getting a bit more track time in, which is great to see. Good to see those family names, Bargwanna and Richards, and all of them just sort of going back to the grassroots motorsport.
Kelly's, Morris, particularly in this category. We've got Todd Kelly's young fellow in this race as well, been racing right throughout the year in under 15. So yes, it is, and I guess the rock star that's come out of this and got into TCR is Michael Clemente.
Absolutely.
Has managed to do that as well, and I guess that's why Ben Bargwanna is dragging the XL out as well, being that he's a TCR racer for persons. He's trying to get a little bit more of that front-wheel drive experience. It's certainly a unique driving style, and adjusting it after he's had a pedigree of Ford rear drive type of vehicles. It can be sometimes getting used to a front engine, front drive type of situations as well. But we're seeing at TCR obviously some of those experienced drivers in TCR are just getting on with the job of race driving, but Ben is still in an absolute development phase of his racing career.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. A number of these drivers have had a bit of different exposure to a vast variety of categories, and I guess they're sort of coming back to one of the ones that they feel a bit more comfortable with. And these front-wheel drive cars, they're pretty well matched against each other. There's a very strict set of regulations in place that govern the running of the category. Everything from setting up some suspension recently as well. There was a couple of different suspension packages you could buy, and that's all been standardised to try and close some of that racing up. And just to go on what Callum Running was just saying a few moments ago, there's your weather information down the bottom there. Wind out of the southwest blowing at about 30 k's an hour, and 12.2 degrees ambient temperature outside right now. So everybody that's here today, good to see you all rugging up and respecting the conditions, I guess is probably the best word to use for it, isn't it?
Let's have a look. Jared Farrell on the front row with Kobe Williams right alongside. Adam Bywater in P3. Hugo Simpson, Harry Tompkins, Ethan Griggold, Dale Carpenter, Toby Waghorn, Matthew Horn, Ben Bargwanna, Marcus Fraser, Ryland Gray. It's another second generation racer there. Mason Kelly in the number 15. Bradley Packer, James Kay. Brad Verrecka out of Kyneton. Third generation racing family, Victorian racing family there. Great to see the number 96, Jason Kay, Bjorn Schulflis, then George Elias, Donovan Mujak, Ed Narwitz, back to Brandon Stewart, Mark Garner, Michael Jeffs, Emma Clark, Gareth Hodgkiss, Chris Stylo and David Sharp rounding out our field, and we are just about ready for a start as a magnificent sunset drive in a Hyundai XL at Phillip Island this afternoon.
It certainly is. That sun's going to be stinging a few people as they come down the hill into MG, but that's not for another 3/4 of the opening lap.
Certainly pick up if you've got a sandblasted windscreen. It glares back at you like you're in a snowstorm when you come across there at this time of day. It will certainly see someone fall afoul of that. Adam Bywater gets away nicely right alongside him. Simpson doesn't. In fact, Simpson's been gazumped by the best part of 6 or 7 cars. Hugo Simpson in the 117
and more.
Going backwards.
Yeah, and more. He's lost at least half a dozen. If not, he's probably going to get close to losing 10 spots by the time they get to turn 1. He just had to have a second stab at the clutch to get it going, and that's all it took. But it's already 2 wide heading down into Southern Loop for the first time, and it is Kobe Williams who pops out with the very early lead, and Adam Bywater buying into this one with a good launch out of the second row, and he is challenging Farrell for second place. And behind them, all just slotting in nicely now, heading down through the very, very fast Stoner corner into the braking zone for turn 4.
Have a look at this, extreme left and right. The middle of the track is a happy hunting ground. The number 33 looking down there, that's Harry Tompkins. Stays out wide, Farrell stays out wide as well. Kobe Williams holding on tight. You'd have to suggest that Farrell, as long as he's got the nose in there, and he doesn't look like he will have, he does, he will get that. That's going to be a distinct advantage, but the 994 may get his nose chopped up there, but certainly running wide will give him a better speed. Trying to climb up the hill, these guys will be all very much wheeling the cars through. Trying to get up the hill, there's a spinner there just off into the dirt in Siberia. and heading back off on the track there, out the back end of the field there. Looks like indicating eyes out to see where that car is as it falls down the field, but it's back on at the front, as it is in Excel Racing. The 33 just breaks grip there. Harry Tompkins had a bit of a slide, just moved over to the left, nearly had contact, but that was the threshold of braking being reached right there. You've got to explore that territory, and Harry Tompkins did a terrific job exploring that. He's managed to gather it all back up. He didn't lose his spot, but he's got it alongside.
Yeah, he's got the Victorian alongside through turn 12. It did put him on the back foot, having to correct the steering wheel after that little slide, and almost like he's a sitting duck there. He's got the number 111 of Carpenter right under the rear wing, heading down into turn 1, looking like it's going to be very close to 3 wide as they go over the rise and then just disappear out of this wonderful shot out of turn 12. And a couple of cars having a little slide on the exit of turn 1 as well, so they are really pushing. What's a big sprint, and there goes the number 33 of Tompkins off and into the barrier at speed.
That is testament to not getting out of Honda corner well. If you don't get out of out of MG corner well, your speed is absolutely sacrificed by the time you get to the bottom of the straight there. And he was trying to hold up everyone, trying to close the door on them, and that was a sad result there, because he has contacted the barriers and bounced off them a little bit. Wasn't exactly hard. He managed to lock it all up and wash up a lot of the speed as we've got safety car. The Phillip Island Auto Racing Club dispatches from pit lane. Michael Parker, safety car driver. Of course, no one had a more torrid 2020 than Michael Parker. He was slated to drive the safety car at the Melbourne Grand Prix and also at the Vietnam Grand Prix, and we all know what happened to those two events last year. In fact, we haven't seen the Vietnam Grand Prix pop up back on a calendar yet. So he was slated for a massive 2020 of safety car driving, and not only did COVID affect him, he had his own health battles as well. It's great to have Michael Parker back at the track and volunteering his time driving the safety car. It is a skill in itself, and Mickey P has been around for a long time, been trained by one of the best in Skip Taylor when he was doing his time for about the best part of 10 years, learning how to do that role. It's certainly a pivotal part when you've got a field of race cars, whether it be 30 XLs like we've got here, or some 60 GT cars in the back, 12 hours, something like that you've got road up behind you. It does take a cool head, and Michael Parker is a racer with note. The field now comes under the control of race control and their agent.
There's
also we've got someone on as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple of cars off just coming out of turn 12 as well. So this has been a hot spot for incidents, and this will definitely be a red flag. There's a car in the fence. There's a car in the kitty litter there as well.
How do you get cars off the track and under safety car?
Yeah, this will be, I think, something that will definitely be frowned upon by race control, and probably these two will probably find themselves in a bit of trouble after this, because it is under safety car, and they knew what was going on, so they shouldn't have been racing that hard.
I don't think I've seen, I've seen cars make contact under safety car, but not hit the barriers buried up to their knees in it at the moment. That's interesting. Yes, red flag has fallen, and I guess, Steve, from our perspective, we won't make any more judgment calls on what happened there, but certainly that is a red flag. 2 laps into a 4-lap race. I would suggest we've got, a lot of work to do at the top of the main straight with only one race remaining today. It is now 5 minutes to 5. We've got to have all racing finished by 5 o'clock. I'm going to suggest that might see our day's events called short.
Yeah, I would imagine you were probably correct, and that means that the BMW E30s were probably gritting up to take the start for their second race, and what was meant to be the last race of the day. Might find themselves heading back to the garage, and we might have to try and squeeze that race into tomorrow's program somehow.
Like there's any room.
If there's any room, I'll have to find a way, I'd imagine, but it's definitely not a good way to end what has been, I guess, an interesting day. We've seen the 4 seasons in one day, and we've had some dry running, we've had a bit of wet running, and we've had a little bit of the wrong side of things as well. We've had a little bit of carnage to deal with, but everybody's done a good job at getting it as back on track and as close to back on schedule as possible.
No, there it is. That's, well, I guess that's the best we can get the results at this point in time. Jared Farrell to Kobe Williams, Dale Carpenter, Ethan Grigg, Gold, Adam Bywater, Hugo Simpson, who went backwards off the start, Toby Waghorn, Marcus Fraser, Ben Bargwana, and Mason Kelly. Good move there from Mason Kelly. He started out at 15. And Jared Farrell, the fastest lap at 2:10.62. We are showing a grid for a BMW E30 race, so we'll stay with it. But from Darren Smith and Steve DeVries, we're going to take a quick break and we'll update you with the last race on the program. We've only got a very short window to get any sort of track action happening again. Back in a moment.
Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Yes, it has been a very interesting day here at the racetrack for Saturday of the round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Of course, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club promoting this event here this weekend. And we're so happy to be back racing in 2021 after not doing any of it throughout 2020, although the State Series did get the first round out at Sandown. That's the picture, Steve DeVries under safety car. We still don't know. We've just had a bit of time off air to try and pick it apart a little bit, but we've really come up with no conclusion as to how 2 cars ended up in the wall under safety car.
No, well, the only thing I think we can probably draw a breath about and think about is that they may have not been paying attention under the safety car, and that's, I think, is probably as far as we can assume at the moment. I guess the word is the assumption also being the mother of all stuff-ups, but we don't quite know. But at this stage, because they're going to have to repair that wall, and of course the other wall that got struck down at turn 1 and 2 on the last lap before it all got called, there's substantial wall repairs involved. So like what happened with improved production a little bit earlier in the afternoon, they've unfortunately had to call a halt to the rest of proceedings for the day.
A lot of challenges for our volunteers trackside today, hasn't there? Including the full-time staff from PIOPS as well. They've rolled out the big eagle to go and lift walls and tyre barriers and all of that sort of thing. Steve, thank you. Thanks to Heath McAlpine, also Donovan Moldenhagen and Callum Brannigan for all of their input. And we thank all of the competitors, volunteer officials right around the track. This is round 3, round 4 at Sandown on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of July. Round 5 back here at Phillip Island on the 25th and 26th of September. We'll see you live tomorrow morning here at the track and right across Blendline TV and all the socials at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Drive safely, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Fuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Racefuels is headed to Phillip Island to keep the Victorian State Race Series fueled up and on track. With over 250 entrants confirmed, we'll be there with all 5 of our fuel variants available from the fuel compound. That's ELF Race 102, ELF LMS, E85 Race Blend, 100 RON and 98 RON. Too much motorsport is never enough, and Racefuels is here to keep the sport going fast. Find out more at racefuels.com.au.
Do you have a special car, a caravan, boat or RV, but no safe space to store it at home? Let Melbourne Car Kennel securely store it for you. Conveniently located at Moorabbin Airport with easy access to major roadways, Melbourne Car Kennel offers secure indoor and outdoor storage for anything on wheels. With 4K CCTV, monitored alarms and regular security patrols, Melbourne Car Kennel cares for your wheeled assets as if they are our own. Call Melbourne Car Kennel now and talk to Brad to organise your flexible vehicle storage solution. Discounts available for viewers who mention this advert from the Victorian State Racing Series broadcast. You can find Melbourne Car Kennel on Facebook, Instagram and online at melbournecarkennel.com. Melbourne Car Kennel, proudly supporting Blendline TV and the Victorian State Racing Series.